reliable access to a personal vehicle. For obvious reasons, these are folks that may depend on public transit and human service transportation services more than others. So that's one of the measures we looked at. We also inventoried the existing resources that are out there in terms of public transit systems. So number one, we want to make sure that we have that we're taking into account some of the investments that are already being made into public transportation and understanding where some of those unmet needs are and gaps that we could potentially fill in as an organization. We also looked at, this is just a pin map showing 211 services. So a lot of those critical human services, social service agencies, healthcare, and the like, just where those are located and distributed throughout the Eastern UP. We also took a look at employment locations and where people lived. So we looked at journey to work data, basically looking at commute patterns throughout the region to understand, first and foremost, how we can best connect people to jobs, and also looking at employment as an indicator for other forms of activity. So where you see a lot of employment, you tend to also see a lot of healthcare resources, educational resources, and the like. So we were able to map that as well. We also conducted several activities related to stakeholder engagement at the outset of the project. That included a paper and online survey that was distributed to get people's input on some of those transportation needs. We conducted several planning workshops throughout the region and also conducted several pop-up meetings and presentations. So to summarize what the findings were at the front end of that project. So after our data collection, we kind of synthesized some different themes here of what the needs were related to transportation. So number one, finding better organization and coordination of resources among tribal divisions. Part of what our effort included was to inventory the providers that are currently delivering services. So that both included tribal resources as well as public transit resources throughout the region. We wanted to make sure that what we're developing specifically offered a broad benefit to tribal members. So number one, serving tribal membership, but also looking at the broadest base of trip purposes. So inclusive of healthcare, getting to employment, treatment. That's kind of what we're looking at for public transit, not just those services that have certain eligibility requirements, but can we look at that broader denominator of public uses. We also identified several geographic gaps in service, particularly in the eastern portion of the study area. And we also wanted to link that eastern portion of the study area with the central parts of the UP, where there's, albeit a little bit more sparsely populated, but still a population that needed some additional transit services. We also identified many opportunities to coordinate with other public agencies. Again, not to duplicate services that are out there, but how can we build on existing transportation programs. So through that, part of the plan requirement is also identifying some of those barriers to coordination and how we can overcome them. Part of our of developing the plan was to address some of these barriers by expanding the knowledge of the different state programs that are out there. We had several meetings that were inclusive of MDOT and some regional planning partners over the course of this project to understand some of those workings. Understanding the administrative requirements for deploying a transportation program. We know that there are jurisdictional boundaries. Funding doesn't necessarily come through in a way that corresponds to transportation need. It often comes through municipal, state, county boundaries, different divisions that don't necessarily correspond to some of the needs that we're seeing. And we also acknowledge that there's some difficulty in scheduling medical trips that are out there and how we can best coordinate across some of those programs. Again, looking at deploying services that serve the broadest base of trip purposes. So that's the background. We developed then an action plan for coordination, and this is all detailed in our draft technical report. So I'll try to cover this at a high level today, but there's definitely time for discussion at the end in case there's any questions that may come up. The first thing we wanted to document are some recommendations for what we call a mobility management program. Mobility management encompasses a series of activities that are eligible for federal funding, typically at a higher federal share of funding. But it's essentially looking at assessing those gaps in service, and I would say, filling in the mortar between the bricks. We understand that those are that there are program silos that come in, whether it's through county, municipal, tribal programs, but they're all kind of getting at the same thing. And what mobility management hopes to do is implement better coordination across those programs. And we've already done work as part of this plan to get people together, talking on a regular basis. That's part of it, but also looking at how we can share resources, leverage resources, and also understand where the tribe can get the biggest bang for its buck in terms of making investments in transportation. So the mobility management program is what would maintain this coordinated plan moving forward, promotes the use of technology, does a lot of travel training. So not just agency coordination, but getting out into the community and doing that outreach and marketing to help make service more attractive and useful for people, and then also charged with monitoring the effectiveness of these strategies. So when we have our different sets of recommendations that fall within that sort of program framework, we broke them into three categories. So number one is internal administrative collaboration. So this is stuff, these are initiatives that the tribe can take on itself. This includes internal program partnerships that we've identified, coordinating on service provision and marketing. We've also helped to develop several programmatic documents and procedures that can be used in the management of a transportation program. And we've also outlined some of the priorities for actually deploying a tribally operated public transit service, and some concepts therein, looking at fleet requirements, facilities, schedules, service areas, the detailed service plans as well. We also looked at some opportunities for external collaboration. So this includes establishing, building on existing agreements and expanding upon agreements with other public transit providers, pursuing options for shared facilities with other agencies. Like I said, part of effective coordination is meeting and collaboration. So we do recommend having at least quarterly meetings with some of the providers we identify in the plan, and also look at opportunities for potentially coordinating dispatch, centralizing scheduling, really making investments in shared technology that can benefit all different providers. We also look beyond that for some other coordination initiatives. This includes exploring changes to some of the over-the-road coach service operated by Indian Trails, improving transit traveler information, and then also looking at coordination with rideshare programs. So these are the bulk of the strategic recommendations that we put together, but we also sketched some of this out a little bit more into implementation. And develop some different service concepts. So if we're looking at actually deploying new transit service out there, we looked at some different service alternatives, both for route-based transportation as well as on-demand service. So starting with the route-based services, we sketched out three different concepts that we think are feasible. It just depends on how they get implemented. But this includes basically a service that would link Sault Ste. Marie with St. Ignace and connect communities along that corridor. And there are many different ways of filling in that geographic gap. We thought that this was probably one of the most obvious gaps in service for tribal membership. But looking at a route that could potentially deviate and have zones where they pick up and drop off, within Sault Ste. Marie, Kinchlow, and St. Ignace. We also looked at a concept that would have designated stops in these locations, and also a concept that would include transfers to other providers. Now, there are trade-offs with each one of these. If you have larger zones where the service would deviate within each community, that can add travel time. And then at the other end of that spectrum, if it's a very fast travel time with transfers, well, then you're forcing a transfer for the users. So we tried to sketch out the different pros and cons of each one. We have schedules for each one of these concepts, but they're all sort of feasible, and all we think would be one way of filling in some of those transit gaps that exist in the eastern part of our study area. We also acknowledge, and just here's a map kind of showing the coverage area that we're looking at, with Sault Ste. Marie in the north, St. Ignace in the south, and then a zone in Kinchlow. These are areas where we heard there's quite a bit of demand for transportation services, a lot of key destinations, whether for tribal services, employment, healthcare, and also where we saw some gaps in the existing public transit network. We also knew that our study area was much broader than that because of the more sparse population in some of the other portions of our study area. We also sketched out a demand response concept, which is probably not to say that we would rule out developing routes and more formal programs in some of the more rural parts of our study area. But this is just to say that this would develop a market and fill in some of those gaps. So we identified several hub locations and transfer points to other public transit providers and designed a service area that could be covered by an on-demand service. And this can be human service transportation, public transit, what have you. I think there is demand for some additional service. And in terms of how we managed it, we basically have some resources, so fleet resources dedicated to Chippewa and Mackinac counties, as well as a second dedicated set of resources for Newberry, Munising, and Manistee that would cover that western part of the service area. In addition to designing some of those services, we also worked with Wendy and her team on some agency support over the course of this project that included grant reporting, vehicle procurement, like I said, the development of some of the standard operating procedures, and then some peer research to kind of understand what other regions in Michigan, upper Midwest. At SRF, we've had the opportunity to work with other rural systems that have deployed very similar services and just get a little bit of that proof of concept of what some of those challenges and opportunities might be. So that sums up our work to date. I see, Wendy, you have your video on, so I might let you chime in here at the end, but I'm happy to take any questions. And if I'm not able to answer those questions today, happy to follow up with Wendy and get those answers to you in writing. So thank you for the opportunity to work on this, and I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay, I appreciate that, Joe. Wendy, you were having some technical issues at the beginning of this presentation. Are you able to speak to us, or are you still waiting on that ticket to get resolved with IT?
No, I think I'm all set.
All right, perfect. So with that then, does anyone have any questions or comments for either Joe or Wendy on this presentation? Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
I don't have any comments. I just think it's a long time coming and appreciate the work with Wendy and our planning team to pull it together. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and once it's all connected, it's going to be so appreciated by our tribal members. So thank you, Wendy.
Agreed. Anyone else? Okay, thank you for working so closely with Joe on this, Wendy. Appreciate the hard work that you guys have put in on this, along with the other internal support that you guys have received on this project. So appreciate everything that you guys do. So that concludes all the items that we'll be able to tackle before lunch. So let's go on lunch right now. Let's get back at 1 o'clock sharp, and we'll continue with the items on today's agenda. So we'll be on lunch until 1. Thank you. Go ahead and get started again. The item that we're currently on is commercial captain lapse license. We have General Counsel Ryan Mills with our Conservation Chair, Clarence. So whenever you gentlemen are ready, go ahead and get us started.
Thank you, and I am going to get on the Zoom here if my computer cooperates so I can screen share it. We also have our Natural Resources Interim Director, Danny Fagan, and then Jack Chumilkowski, our Fisheries Manager, is here. If there's any questions about anything that I can answer, I wanted them to be here to help us. But what we're going to go through, we went through some of this back in our workshop that was down in St. Ignace. This is about the 7, what we're calling lapsed licenses. There's 7 licenses that, for various reasons, have reverted under our code back to the tribe's control, and the discussion and charge from the Board of Directors was for the Conservation Committee to workshop and come up with a plan to potentially issue out those licenses in some way. And what you have in front of you in the memo is the plan that the Conservation Committee has approved for board consideration. It would, of course, need changes to our code. And my Zoom's taking a long time. I apologize. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share this screen. Maybe. So people on Zoom can see us. All right, so this memo, I'll try and make it a little bigger here. It's going to go through the potential code changes if the board is receptive to that. We're nothing on for a vote tonight. This is just for a workshop today to get further feedback from the board and make sure this is the direction the board majority wants us to go. And if so, we're going to put on, not tonight, but the next available meeting for a vote. So as the Conservation Committee was going through this, we did present our overall structure to the board several months ago down in St. Ignace, which included a slow opening of the licenses, 1 or 2 a year, in targeted areas, based on input from law enforcement, from the legal department, from the Conservation Committee, and from Natural Resources. And this would be done through a lottery system. The board seemed fairly receptive to that at the time. There wasn't a lot of objections. And then the question was sent back to the committee on what kind of fees, like application fees, this might look like if we're going to do an application for a lottery. And so the considerations that the committee went through was how to do increase in fees, or how to do an application fee, and whether it works best under a 1 license structure or our current 2 license structure, where we have small licenses and small boat licenses and large boat licenses. And so what was discussed at the committee level and ultimately recommended on the August 2025 meeting was to create 1 license structure for all Sioux Tribe licenses with 1 established fee as follows. So under this 1 license, it would be up to the individual fisher to decide what boat, what equipment, et cetera, to use. There would no longer be a distinction between a small and a large boat. It would just be, you get your captain's license and you go fish with your, you still have to register your vessel, all that stuff, but you wouldn't be locked in necessarily to a small or large boat. It would create a phased-in annual fee approach with moderate increases starting in 2026 with a license fee of $250 across the board through 2030, and 2031 through 2040, $300 a captain's license, and 2041 beyond, $350. The application fee for getting into the lottery for the lapse, for an open license, would be whatever the license fee of that during that year. So if I apply in 2026, it would be $250 plus a $100 non-refundable application fee, which would ultimately go towards, we wrote fishing fund, but it would go towards the revenue and to use at whatever purposes that deem appropriate by the tribe. Adding to the fisher fund, or adding to just the general fund, or just the revenue of the fisheries program, et cetera. It would be a small way to increase slightly some revenue. The committee believed this phase-in approach created a fair structure to kind of puts everyone on an even playing field, so we're not asking to charge more money to get one of these open licenses than established fishers are already paying, and it does increase across the board for everyone compared to our current, two license structure. The Conservation Committee, when they voted, they are recommending a one license structure, but we did talk about, and the committee is aware, and what I proposed was this structure can also work and be modified under our current structure. We don't have to, if we don't like one license structure, but we like this overall approach, it can be easily modified based on our current small boat and large boat licenses. We just have to figure out what that cost or fee would be. But their preference is to do a one license structure. So I'll pause there for any comments or questions.
It's not looking like anyone has any questions, Ryan.
All right. So I'm just going to go quickly through the needed code changes. This is redlined. Here we go. So we would need a change to Chapter 20, of course, in 20.102. This is too big for me to read. Yeah, so this part doesn't change. I just want to make sure this part didn't change. Yeah, this is all current language. Where it changes is the fees for a tribal commercial fishing license in subsection 4 shall be as follows. And then this currently you'll see it crossed off. We have 25 for a helper, 50 for a small boat, 100 for a large boat. This is a typo. We would keep the helper fee if we still have helpers in our code, but the fees for the captain license would change. So we see there's a new subsection 4A. A captain's license shall allow a tribal commercial fisher to fish any size vessel and use any and all allowed and applicable gear. B, a fee schedule for captain licenses shall be as follows, and it's what I just went through with you all. One fee from 26 through 30, another increased fee from 2031 through 2040, and 2041 and beyond, the $350 fee. Skipping down, we'll remove subsection 6. This refers to a small boat license. A large boat license can also operate a small boat. If it's one license, you don't need that because everyone can operate whatever vessel they deem appropriate for their operation. It will change subsection 7 or 8 to 7. This right now is what we have in our code, that issuances of new commercial fishing licenses are closed unless opened by action of the tribal board of directors. We add in here, except as provided in subsection 15 below. We'll get there, but that was the language we previously workshopped with the board for how to deal with the, quote, lapsed licenses. I'll pause for that unless there's a question or a comment.
Bridget?
Just since we're looking at this to change this, what about thinking about changing letter C when it talks about it being a fisherman with a family member? The minor can only fish during non-school hours. What if we took that out? I mean, there's kids that do homeschooling, there's GED, there's different things. Why is that up to us when you need the parents' consent anyway? I would
Yeah,
just say
that's
if we're
just
going
old-
to change
older
code,
language,
why
yeah.
not?
Yeah.
Anyone opposed to that getting taken out? All right, let's take that out, Ryan.
So we'll strike that last sentence, the minor can only fish during non-school hours, and keep the rest the same of that C. All right. This down here, you'll see little subsection B here. This was, did not allow a small boat license holder to increase to a large boat license. If we do the one license structure, we don't need this language because it's just one captain's card and you fish the vessel that you register, whether it be small or large. Go down to the next big change. Okay, so the next substantive change is, this is a whole new section. This is what we workshopped down in St. Ignace. It would be a new subsection 15, issuance of lapsed licenses. I'll run through it again, even though we have several months ago workshopped it, but it's been a while. So this again refers to any licenses that revert under code back to the tribe's control, and we have them in our possession and our legal control, and we can issue them if the board wants, and this would provide that path. So a lapsed license shall mean any license that has reverted back to the tribe for failure to pay the renewal license fees pursuant to 20.102 subsection 10. Licenses shall be issued under the supervision of the tribal chairman in accordance with the following requirements. Available licenses will be issued through a lottery system as follows. 1, there'll be an initial lottery for applicants that meet the preference in subsection 15E. If need be, there's a second, in number 2, a secondary lottery for all applicants if there are any licenses still available after that initial lottery. So if someone doesn't meet those preferences and there's still licenses available for that lottery, we can do a secondary lottery on those other applicants. There'll be an application that's created for this. I don't have it to show you today, but the applications will be submitted to tribal law enforcement. When licenses become available, tribal law enforcement will post a 60-day notice indicating the number of licenses available, any license restrictions pursuant to subsection, let's just say 15D, and the deadline for applying for the lottery. We'll get down further into the restrictions in a little bit, but we talked about it with the board that this current code as drafted would give law enforcement, natural resources, the conservation committee, and the legal department the ability to analyze the health of the fishery and decide what restrictions, if any, are appropriate. The ones we identified that if we do this scheme under the code, the immediate ones that we're thinking of, we would just do 2 licenses, and they would be restricted to Lake Superior, because that right now is the healthiest, was determined to be like the healthiest lake that could sustain more effort at this time. And that would change depending on year to year, and it could be no restrictions, or it could be more restrictions, it could be gear specific restrictions. There's all kinds of ability based on consultation with all the necessary tribal departments to figure out what, if any, restrictions might need to be placed on these licenses to make sure we're allowing more effort, but also keeping the conservation of the resource in mind. So that's what that refers to. Applicants must meet the minimum experience requirements of subsection 15C for consideration in the lottery. Applicants that do not meet the minimum requirements will not be considered it would be for the initial lottery. Licenses, so the little 5 here. Licenses may be made available incrementally based on input from law enforcement, natural resources, and the legal department in collaboration with the conservation committee. This we talked about down in St. Ignace, but this gives us the ability. So we have 7 licenses now, but we think there's only enough room for effort of 2 more boats, so we're only going to issue 2 licenses for 2025 or 2026 or whatever. Instead of issuing all 7, it gives us the ability, if we think it's appropriate based on the science and the data, to just have a more limited lottery of available licenses. The minimum experience required, applicants, this would be for the initial lottery. Right? Applicants must be able to demonstrate 1-year minimum of relevant fishing experience to be considered for any available license issued pursuant to this subsection. And then D, restrictions on license. License issued pursuant to this subsection may be limited based on relevant data from law enforcement and natural resources in collaboration with the conservation committee, including but not limited to restrictions to certain management zones, restrictions in vessel, restrictions on gear, or restrictions in duration. Any restrictions that may be placed on licenses issued pursuant to this subsection shall be reviewed annually to determine if continuing restrictions are necessary. Licenses issued pursuant to this subsection are non-transferable for 5 years, except transfer to heirs pursuant to this chapter. The preference section, for consideration in the initial lottery, the following preference shall apply. Applicants with demonstrated gill net or trap net experience. Application fee for the lottery pursuant to subsection 15B shall be the license fee plus a $100 non-refundable application fee. The additional $100 non-refundable application fee will go towards the tribe's fishing revenue to be allocated as necessary. B, should applicant not be awarded a license in the lottery, the application fee minus the $100 non-refundable fee shall be refunded to said applicant.
Okay, Bridget, then Mike, then Tyler.
So how does this differ when it says the minimum experience requirement? We're saying a one-year minimum, but then under the preference, it's saying consideration in the initial for demonstrated gill net or trap net. So why do we have those two, I guess? Because one, you could consider maybe you worked for a season gill netting, it's not quite a year, but we're saying the minimum is a year, and then the next page is saying preference, but it doesn't say what your time frame is.
Yeah, those two sections, Bridget, should be combined. So the intent was for applicants with demonstrated fishing experience for that one-year minimum to be in the initial lottery. So I'll have to clean that up and combine those two, the minimum experience and preference to be combined into one subsection, because the intent was then to be read together.
And to me, a year is kind of difficult too, because most people don't fish for a whole calendar year. You know, they do a season, maybe 8 months or 6 months or whatever, so,
I think that's the intent.
you know, so then it's almost two seasons then, so.
Is that what the intent was?
Okay, let's do Mike.
My question goes back to the licenses being made available. I know that we're sitting here talking about opening up the ones that have lapsed, and we're possibly going to do the 2 for the Superior and all that. But in this code, it doesn't say how many. Like you referenced 7 licenses, so we're going to be opening up only a handful of them, and then we're saying, hey, we can open up more. Is there going to be a mechanism in place that says, hey, this is how we're opening them up and notifying people? Is it the board that's going to be involved with that? Code just says it's this group of law enforcement, natural resources, and legal to do that, which I agree with. I'm perfectly fine with that. But that mechanism that gets placed, like we passed this today, you guys could potentially open up 7 of them, and the board wouldn't even know that. So I don't know if, we're talking about the code changes now, so now's my only opportunity to say it. So what is that mechanism that says, hey, we're doing 2? Is it here? Is it this, like, just meeting like this, and you guys would be coming to us and saying, hey, we're going to open up the other 5, if data supports that we're going to do it, this committee met, this is what we're doing. I'm fine with either. This is my opportunity to vocalize it, so I'm taking it.
Yeah, so what we envisioned, so I have 2 comments, and maybe Clarence can weigh in too. My plan was to work with natural resources to help figure out, like, a procedure-wise how we would. That's their wheelhouse more than mine. And frankly, I didn't want to put in that effort if this wasn't going to pass to the board. So this has been a lot of time at the committee level, just getting to here. As you know, the fishing can be very complicated, and there's lots of interests at play. So we wouldn't implement this part of the code if it passed until we had the procedures ready. But I envisioned it being in the code, the Conservation Committee, Natural Resources, law enforcement, they would figure out based on procedures that we have to adopt and implement. Okay, this year we think we can do 3 licenses. Then we have to go to the board and then say, this is our plan to issue these 3 licenses and get board sign off. It's maybe not explicit, and we can clean that up in code, but that's how I envisioned it going. Is that what you're understanding, Clarence?
Yeah, the board would have the final say. If there's a license transfer, the board has that say. This board is going to have the say on what licenses are issued and how many. So, I think that those other bodies would just be advisory.
Well, I'm good. Like I said, I'm good with either. The way it's written right here doesn't say that, though. So as long as we encapsulate, before we pass it, I'm good either way.
And maybe that's an area we can get direction from. They do a poll or something. Personally, I believe that if the board authorizes those entities to look at the data and figure out what's best for the fishery, that would be my preference, and that you give us that authority and we do it, and we make the procedures and we keep you informed, but we don't go back to you every time we need to open a license. We just let the data drive it. I'm only gonna do that if the majority wants that. If the majority wants to have that check a little bit where the board gets to ultimately say who and how many, get opened. So it can be either way. Maybe that's something before we leave today, we get a poll going to see what the preferences of the majority, and I can change this draft accordingly.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, Tyler, then Kim Hampton.
Okay, question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it still?
Yep.
So a couple questions. The initial lottery, when will that be held?
We won't have-
TBD.
Yeah, we don't have a,
How many people have expressed interest in a commercial license?
I know of one, and I think it's the same person that you've spoken to.
Right.
Actually, two. There's another gentleman from Afton, Michigan, that contacts me on a regular basis. So two is who contact me regularly. As far as anybody else out there, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, if there's two people ready that have the gear and they're calling and asking, why would we make them go through a lottery process? So that would be one question. The other is, are we charging the license fees up front with the lottery? Like if they're in a lottery, why wouldn't they wait until after they are awarded to add the license fee?
It's pure preference. It can go either way. The way it's drafted right now is we collect it up front and then it's refunded back to them, but it doesn't have to be that way. I don't remember why we initially drafted it that way. It can be they just pay the $100 non-refundable, and then if they get the license, they can pay the license fee.
Currently, license fees are usually, they get them in January, February, for the next season. So
Right.
Ooh, I remember, sorry.
Could I add just something to that, Tyler? So I apply to hunt at different reservations out west, and you always have a fee before you're awarded a tag, if you even get it, because it's a lottery system. I think that they have it in that way. That way they can weed out the people who aren't serious. So if you're just a casual person thinking about becoming a commercial fisherman, if it doesn't cost anything, I might as well put my name in. But if you're someone serious, and if it's a several $100 investment, it will get rid of the people who aren't really going to take it serious and who aren't going to hang a boat and get that experience. But that's all.
And thank you, Austin. I just was telling Clarence, my memory got jogged. I had a mind blank for a second. That is what we talked about at the committee level. They wanted a reasonable but somewhat substantial investment by the applicants to show actual interest in the fishery and try to weed out people who maybe aren't as serious about it. That is the exact reason why the committee did it this way.
Okay, that's understandable. I'm glad that they're opening, but this guy's helping somebody right now. He wants to be a captain. That's why I'm asking, like, when is the initial lottery? Like, how long is he gonna have to sit there and wait to see if his name gets drawn? Are we talking 30 days, 60 days, 90 days after we pass this? He's already out there working on a boat. He wants to run his own with his family,
I would think, Tyler, if the board passed this like this month, if the board passes tonight, if they wanted to just add it with some changes and pass it tonight, within 30 days, I think we could have everything implemented and ready to go.
Okay. And then finally, honestly, I would just like to see the data drive the licenses. I think this whole process has been politicized. It's clearly a monopoly, and I don't believe that the board really should be involved in this. I think, if you're going to do the lottery, fine. I would prefer maybe not doing that. But if you're going to do the lottery for a fishing license, for a captain license, and we're opening up to this year, let the data drive the decisions. Like if we have to pull some back or something, or maybe reduce the quantity they can catch, or add another license to Superior or Michigan or anywhere else, it would be better if we voted on something to not only approve this, but to also approve the data driving the amount of licenses that are going out. That way it actually protects our fisheries and it removes the politics from fishing, because it really shouldn't be like the way it is. I'm glad that there's changes coming because it's clearly needed, but I just don't believe it was a fair process. And I'm not a fisherman. I have no skin in this game. Have no intention to do any of this stuff, But if I were somebody looking to get into it, and our fishermen are utilizing this resource as a treaty right, and we're spending millions of dollars in legal to fight for these treaty rights, for these consent decrees, that it should be equally accessible or more accessible to the people who are wanting to opt into this.
Okay, Kim Grubel and I have to go on a call, so Tyler will be chairing things momentarily.
Well, Tyler, you answered two of my questions, Tyler. I know the one guy who's always been at the meetings asking, and that was my question, how many are showing interest, which it sounds like two, but could be more. And then I like the data-driven, that's what you're there for, so. And then on this one section, it's on page 4 of 6, it's number 9 now, it was 10. Any Sioux tribal license holder who fails to renew the treaty, blah, 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 for 1 year shall not thereafter be relicensed. Is that forever? And what if they're sick for that 1 year?
I think that could be a legal error.
That's old language. Where are
But
we?
what if they're sick and aren't working? I mean, they might. I know, but when you're not getting a paycheck, $250, $300 is a lot of money.
Yeah, that's old.
So Kim, that's language, that's language in our current code, and the way it's currently working, because licenses are closed by the board, if your license lapses, if you fail to pay, the tribe gets control of that, and you are not able to be licensed again because license issuance is closed. So it would be forever in the sense you wouldn't be able to get one until the board again reopened licenses, correct? That's how it's currently working
current
in our code, yeah.
But then, like I said, does that take into consideration if somebody's sick and not working and?
How much is it per year? It's not like
$100 for a large boat,
It's whatever your size boat license is, right?
50 for a small.
Oh, well, that's not, I was thinking it was more than that. Okay.
It's been the same since,
It will be more if we adopt
If we
this
implement the
language,
other
it'll be
stuff, right?
more. Right, but right now, yeah, 50 for small, 100 for large. And most people in that scenario, I don't want to speak for everyone, but most people, because we don't have a lot of lapse licenses, right? We have 7. Most of them, if someone's sick or they want to keep it in the family, they just end up paying the $50 a year or $100 a year to hold on to that license in case they need it or want it later.
or they get a $9,100 check.
Or they get. No, I didn't say that.
I said it,
You
it's
said
true.
it.
I mean,
Thank you.
You good? Okay, Aaron?
So this is political. It's political, but I'm at the point right now, but it's because it's not going away, right? And for those who know our treaty right, who pay close attention, who go to conservation meetings over the years, this only ever came about because a few people once in a while get the idea they want to be a fisherman or fisher. And then they lobby board members, and then board members campaign on opening up on the unused licenses. And I mean, people can say that's not true, but go back and look at election platforms. And what it has shown me over the years is people who will campaign on a topic who know nothing about the topic, because in the past, it's not been in our interest to put a whole bunch of people on the water because we have a total allowable catch. And during the time period where we're not part of the decree, or, we're protesting being part of the decree, and the terms have changed, the language has changed, but the bottom line is that we're natural conservationists. Indian people have always been. We don't overfish. We fight that image where the DNR and the state has made the picture that we have a racehorse fisheries and that we're exploiting the resource. I remember all of the horrible racist bumper stickers and stuff that depicted us that way in the past. So regardless of the decree, it is still our responsibility to co-manage the resource and to do it sustainably. So putting a whole bunch of fishers on the water is counterintuitive to that. Having said that, however, because I'm not going to get all riled up about this, it makes no sense for us to add additional fishers when whitefish are at the precipice of being gone forever, right? But here's the thing. For everybody who thinks they want to be a fisher, you have to finance. The tribe's not going to do that for you if you're thinking that's what's going to happen. We haven't done that for anybody. Although there were Clearwater co-ops and a bunch of things that happened over the years that probably did put money in people's pockets, but people will have to go out and do their own financing. They're going to have to get their own equipment. It's going to be $250,000, $300,000 minimum. And what's going to happen is for everybody that thinks they want to be a big boat captain and exercise their treaty right, they're going to find out it's hard work and they can't afford it. So I don't think we're going to get this big flood of people lining up to try to get those lottery. Now, why something different than what Tyler said is why we're doing the lottery is because we can't just open up the fishery, because that would potentially put the total allowable catch and the resource at risk, because there are people out there who probably could see a way to monetize this and to, buy the equipment and then just go, to a racehorse fisheries. Exactly everything we've been fighting against and arguing against. So there's got to be a way to afford the right to commercial fish for the people who think right now, who think they want that right. One thing we got to be careful about, and we were a little embarrassed at Executive Council, which is a public session, so we can say it, when the Bay Mills chair had mentioned there was a fisher, a Sioux Tribe fisher, no names, who what's it called, sunk their boat twice now, and didn't have their safety equipment, was all bundled up underneath, and could have killed their helpers. So for everybody who thinks they want to do this, they're going to find out how hard it is. And there are regulations that we should require people to have to follow, because it's one thing if you want to put your life at risk, but if you put another person's life at risk while exercising our treaty right, while we may not have liability and can't be sued, we should be responsible in the way that we expect people to exercise the right. So having said all of that, I'm not going to oppose it. I'll probably vote for it. I was going to just abstain because I'm worried that additional fishing activity is going to put everybody else's in. Tyler said another thing that made me a little nervous, although I don't know if he intended that, is why don't we just lower everybody's catch so that we can have as many people on the water maybe as we want. But I don't support that either, because people have made this their living, and for somebody who's never done it and never intended to do it up until now, I don't think it's fair for the existing captains to have to reduce their catch in order to accommodate somebody who thinks they want to exercise the right. So I think what the committee's ultimately doing is okay, because it's a lottery. It's not going to be a racehorse fisheries. There's not going to be a whole bunch of people lining up to do it. I only know of one or two people that have asked in the last 10 years, maybe 3 people. So I don't think it's going to create a big bunch of activity, and I think what it'll be is it'll be a sober moment where we find out where everybody who said they wanted to be fishers don't really want to be fishers. You have to work very, very hard to do this work. I did it once, and that's why I went to college, so I wouldn't have to do this kind of work.
So can I just say one thing? So you mentioned the whitefish numbers and the shape they're in. That's true for Lake Huron and Lake Michigan. I'll let Jack answer this if he wants to add to it, but Lake Superior, they're still doing pretty good. And that's why these licenses likely will be for Lake Superior, is because the whitefish numbers are still pretty decent shape. I don't know if Jack wants to add to that or.
No, yeah, I would agree with that. That's what we spoke about. We haven't seen any biological indicators pointing up for whitefish in Lakes Michigan or Huron. I think everyone knows that. And additional effort would not be a good idea in those lakes. But in Superior, there is some room to fish. So if we do it, yeah, we'd have to restrict it to that lake.
Mike?
I'm glad that Clarence brought that up, because I was going to bring that up, is that we're going to let science dictate a lot of this too and help us guide these licenses and these restrictions. And I think that's going to be one of the more important things to know, is that when these new people get these licenses, that they're going to obviously read through all these regulations, but at the end of the day, these licenses are Sioux Tribe licenses. They're not individual fisherman's license. These are ours, and they can be revoked. It says it right in the code that they expire every year. So it's us reissuing them. So I think so long as we make that clear, and as Director Paymont said, there's safety concerns with some, so we do need to take that in consideration, and that, you know, we may need to build upon our own regulations to point those out, that if we feel anybody's being unsafe out there on the waters, or, you know, we just won't renew the license. I mean, that's our ability to do. So I think that we're good in that aspect. I do think we may want to revisit that. I don't want to bog things down right now, but I think we should revisit it because it is a new opportunity. We haven't had new licenses go out in a really, really long time. So I think it's nice to see that there's an opportunity for people to get into it. It's restricted, so it's not going to hurt the big picture. So I think we're going about this in a fair and balanced way. I know that a lot of fishers throughout the years had to pay quite a bit of money to get into this game. And I'm glad that we're taking those steps out of the way. It's still an individual basis. People are still going to have to spend the money one way or the other to get into this, but it's not the tribe blocking you anymore from getting these licenses. We're going to have some opportunity, and I think that's a good way to get our feet wet. So thank you to the Conservation Committee for coming up and with these a nice balanced approach to this. Yield.
Thanks. Anyone else? Is there anybody online? Bridget?
I'll just say, I know that it was the board that brought this to the Conservation Committee, and I know that they met on it quite a few times and tried to put it on. Some agendas were pretty lengthy when this was discussed, but I think you guys did a great job compiling it and thinking about, you know, every little thing. You know, I think we all know that, you know, the fishery is not in the greatest place, just as far as the whitefish, and then new people getting into it. You know, we hope that there'll be some young kids coming up, and that's probably only going to be with the current license holders, kids that are going to do it. So I think this is an opportunity for those that may want to get into it. And hopefully they've been a helper at least, so they do know what they're getting into, and it says that they got to have a year, so they would have a taste of what it is, because it is hard work, and it's can be life-threatening sometimes. So, but I'm glad that we're providing at least an avenue that someone has an opportunity.
Aaron?
Oh, I know what it is. Okay. So I don't know that we have to overly regulate this, but what if somebody gets in the lottery, they get the license, and then they, right now, if you have a license and somebody wants your license, like let's say you don't win the lottery, but you really want to fish, you can go and acquire somebody's equipment, and then we do a license transfer. So I'm thinking maybe we should consider having a prohibition on these lottery licenses. Is it in there?
There's 5 years.
Okay.
It can be transferred to their heirs. Like, you know, if somebody got it and they were, let's say, terminally ill or something, and they wanted to give it to their son or daughter,
Okay.
they could do that, but they can't transfer it outside of their family, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
And they don't have to actively use it, because that's another thing
I
that's
was
come from this
asking
board
Ryan
table.
about that. That might be something that we have to, because it's not fair, like Tyler was saying, to have a couple of people out there that want to fish, that have fished, and to have somebody get this license and not fish it. I'm not sure how it might be something we need to look at yet.
Yeah, we've discussed it at the committee levels in several different contexts of what it means to be an active fisher. And it's not a defined term right now in our code, and whether it should be. It's not part of these code revisions because we haven't landed on a specific recommendation to bring to the board yet. But we have been talking about recommending to the board at the committee level some kind of implementation of a definition of active fishing, and if that gets implemented, build that out so long-term, if you do not meet that requirement for active fishing, there's a mechanism for that license to also revert back to the tribe and then be issued through the lapse license provision that we're talking about today. But we haven't finalized that enough to make a recommendation yet.
The only thing about that I'm a little worried about is that, because that's come from this board table, I don't know the current board members, but others that look with a real jaundiced view at people who are not using their license. And I think that's ridiculous, because if somebody has a captain's card and they're not exploiting the resource, that doesn't hurt anybody. That benefits us all, because it keeps our activity below so we don't go over total allowable catch. So creating the expectations to have a license, you have to be in there getting your share of the fish catch or whatever, is just going to expedite us having to then manage the resource and then reducing everybody else's total allowable catch.
I'm still stuck a little bit on that. I don't know if we probably did touch on it, but I don't know if we made it in here, that these licenses, these lap licenses, whoever they get issued to, I think there has to be a mechanism that they're required to fish this, because if they just pull it because they got, they want to do, get a license, like you said, they want to fish, but then they don't buy the equipment, they don't, they can't find a boat, they can't get all that, and then you got somebody like that's been asking Tyler or me, that person, if they didn't win the lottery, they're going to be SOL if this person gets it and they're not fishing.
Yeah.
I don't.
See, I'm kind of in that school of thought, because
I don't know if did we talk?
Because on one hand, I'd like to put in for the lottery, because we had one of the original captain's cards and we lost it because my brothers, I was away at college and they couldn't muster $100 to pay the damn fee. But on the other hand, what I think would be horrible is if somebody got one of the lotteries and they sat on the license for 5 years, and then they went out, tried to find, and then sold their equipment and cleared $150,000 by waiting for 5 years on an investment. That's not the purpose of that, but there's nothing to prevent that currently.
It was discussed a little bit at the committee level. They never could reach a consensus. In part, there's already restrictions on these licenses that aren't on current licenses. And I think part of the discussion was where, if anywhere, do we draw that line? And adding an active fishing requirement on top of the already potential restrictions on this license, we couldn't get consensus at the Conservation Committee level to do that. And so it kind of got tabled, for lack of a better word, to see if we can discuss a global, and for lack of a better term, active fishing license that would apply to all fishers instead of picking on these lapse license fishing holders and making them fish, and we don't make the other people fish. That's kind of how the conversations at the committee level circulated, and we didn't get to any consensus enough to put anything in these code revisions.
I remember now. Yeah. It's been almost 2 years.
How many licenses are there available?
Seven.
Seven.
Yeah.
But only 2 are going to be open.
Only
Yep.
two are going to be, 2 or 3?
Well,
Two is what we planned on.
2 is what we planned on for this upcoming season, or with this first lottery.
All right.
Then more, like next year, could add a couple more. I mean, if the biology allows it.
Right, in theory, under this code, you could have 2 this year, you could have 0 next year, you could have 1 the following year, you could have everything rebounds, then we have a real healthy fishery, you could have 4 the next year. It's just all, the intent is it to be data-driven, we keep using that term, right? That's what we're trying to build towards, more data-driven. And so it could be anywhere between 0 and 7, depending on what the data shows us is responsible.
Rob?
Yeah, I had my hand up a while ago, and a lot of what I was going to say kind of got covered. I'm not going to spend too much time talking on this because I am in an extreme minority by listening to the discussions that have gone on. I have a few problems. One of my problems is the makeup of the Conservation Committee in general. I think that it should be, I think that we have to revisit that. I think that it should be comprised of biologists, legal, and those who who are maybe have fished before and understand. I don't know if we should have active fishermen on it. I mean, to me, it literally would be no different than the board serving as the election commission. So I understand a lot of their positions. I support our fishermen's their abilities to fish, but at the same time, I don't think our ancestors or someone like Abe LeBlanc went through what they did for a very, very small percentage of our fishermen, for us to invest the money and resources to protect this right for just a small amount of people to be able to exercise the right. To me, it's on the tribe. It's on us to regulate our fish, the catch rates, and that shouldn't matter whether we got 3 fishers on the water or 100. The rates are the same, and we can regulate it. So, you know, if it's looking crazy over 1 month, then we have to adjust the quota for the next month. But to me, it's open all of them, and then also to have these crazy fees and what these licenses are going for. I just don't think it's what our ancestors envisioned, that there would be some kind of a monopoly on the ability to support your family by utilizing our treaty rights. I think they fought for all of our rights to do it. And so, I mean, for example, if 100,000 fish can be caught in 1 month and there's 10 fishers, well, then you each get 10,000. You know, if there's 2 of you each get 50,000. I mean, that's something we can regulate. So I'm not going to buy into this idea that putting a whole bunch of more fishers on the water is going to somehow hinder the resource. That would only happen if we were neglectful on monitoring it and taking action to preserve it. I mean, that's on us, not the amount of fishers that are out there. So I just think that's not a plausible argument. To say, well, you put more fishers out there, they're going to overfish. And no, they're not. They're going to overfish if we allow them to. But that's on us. We have biologists and we have the staff and resources to monitor those properly. And the chairman has the ability to put a halt to it if need be. So to me, I think we really got to revisit this and say, the most fair thing for me to do would say, let's give everyone who's holding a license right now a set amount to pay them off for what they invested in it. So that way we're not bringing people in who are getting licenses for free when we have other people that spent $50,000 on it. So I would say, let's level the playing field, even out the costs, and give everyone, I don't know what it could be, $15,000, $20,000, whatever, pay everyone up. And from now on, it's free. You sign up, you get a license, and you go fish. I really don't think that many people are going to do it. Probably not even 7, maybe 2. But like Tyler has someone in his unit right now that wants to fish. Why are we doing a lottery? Let them fish, you know. And then put it on us and our biologists and our team to monitor the resource. Like I said, I'm in an extreme minority, so I'm not going to spend too much time battling this, and I'm not going to die on this hill. But I really think that we've gone way far away from what our ancestors envisioned when they were fighting for our rights. And I think it's dialed into just a few people, and the board's going to do basically whatever benefits them within their units and not really what's right or fair or just. So I'm probably going to be a no vote on anything, but that's just where I stand. I think everyone should be able to exercise the rights that we fight for and spend all kinds of money and resources protecting and defending. I mean, what makes me any more privileged to go out and make $100,000 to fish and just tell the next person no, and then to sit on a committee that tells them no? It don't make sense to me, and I don't agree with it.
Thanks, Rob. Bridget?
I don't know if I want to touch the committee comment because, I mean, it's split between inland and commercial fishers right now, and you guys do take a lot of input from both legal and natural resources during the meetings. So I think we're in a good situation right now, in my opinion. But as far as the lottery, I think we absolutely need to do a lottery because I think over the years we've had plenty of people, you know, and maybe there's some louder than others that have wanted to have a license. So we should be able to give them that opportunity. And there could be members out there that have no idea idea that we're thinking about opening up a couple licenses that may want to now too. So just because they're not banging down the door, I don't think we can assume that they don't. So I think that we really should do one that makes it the most fair, so.
All right, thank you. Any other feedback, questions?
No, we went through all the potential code changes. Before we leave, I would like to do a poll, if you guys are willing to, a poll on whether the, how would we word it? The entities in the code, the Conservation Committee, Law Enforcement, Natural Resources, Legal, can use that data to determine how many licenses are open for the lottery, or if they need to go back to the board before they can issue any licenses.
So poll on data-driven decisions for opening up new licenses or the board of directors.
Correct.
Good?
So yes would be, you agree with the data-driven? No is no, okay. Bridget?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Larry?
Abstain.
Oh, he's a favorite. Kimberly Lee isn't back on, is she? No. Michael?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Sean? Yes. Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Rob?
Neither. Well, abstain.
8 of you yeses, 2 abstentions.
8 yeses, 2 abstentions, so it looks like you can probably move forward with that piece then.
All right, we'll revise the code before we get it in front of you for a vote, to make sure that's very clear.
I'd just like to thank the board of directors for having patience with the committee to try to get something in front of you. You know, it's been difficult at times, and, you know, nothing's ever perfect. You're always going to have somebody that's in disagreement or doesn't like something, but it's the best we could come up with, and we appreciate your time.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I appreciate the committee's work on it, because, I mean, we might cast aspersion on the committee and say that they all have a conflict of interest, but actually in this case, they don't, because if they did exercise their conflict of interest, they wouldn't want anybody else on the water. And so they're listening to this notion that people want more licenses, and so the committee has, I think, initially reluctantly worked on it, because the board just kept hammering the committee over the years and asking them to work on it, and they did, and they came back with something I think that's reasonable that the board can pass. So I thank the committee for being that gatekeeper on safeguarding our resource, but ultimately the committee doesn't have a bias because they supported it, and the commercial fishers generally you wouldn't expect them to, but they did, and it was universal. I was surprised. So.
Well, thanks again, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Clarence, thank you for your hard work and dedication to the tribe. Like, you're appreciated, and this is a lot of work, so. Thank you too, Ryan. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Let's get housing in here, the housing commissioners that have attended, and we'll get back at 2:09 p.m.
We do have Cody Mayer and Deb Pine on.
Zoom with the Housing Authority 2026 Indian Housing Plan. Maria, are you presenting today? Okay. Do you need Zoom or okay?
I asked them, they just handed out the plan.
Okay. All right.
So Sierra's handing out, has handouts here for everyone. I think she'll get around to you, but okay. Oh. Did you get one there? Okay.
For the folks who joined us on Zoom, the packet is in your email as well.
Okay, so I'm Maria Mongine, I'm the interim housing director, and I'm here to present the 2026 Indian Housing Plan. Our team really pulled together this year, and Lisa, our comptroller, really helped out with the financial piece of it, and because we were missing Joni, and she was a big piece. So we'll go ahead and present it to you today. So the number one priority of Nahasda is to keep 1937 units up. So that's always important that we're looking at replacing some sidewalks and driveways as needed. Of course, we always have moisture remediation projects, flooring replacement, and new appliances as needed. We have designated program income funds to a low-income housing tax credit. It's a multiple-year project, and we didn't spend much of that money that was set aside for that. So we have, again, included it in our Indian Housing Plan. We're providing the majority of the funding for the Lodge of Hope this year, well, in 2026. The Hessel Community Center will get a much-needed bathroom update. There's a $500,000 match for the award, the competitive ICDBG that we need to use this year to help replace furnaces because some parts are obsolete and we can't get them any longer. We're going to provide financial assistance through the Sioux Tribe Mary Murray Culture Camp. This year, we have a new activity where we're subsidizing the utility authority. That's to keep costs affordable to the tenants with the UA. So that would be Wetmore, Hessel, and Manistee tenants. We're developing plans and engineering for the Escanaba parcel, and then we will also take care of any overruns in Wetmore as we develop 10 more acres out there, so that we'll have some more buildable land. We'll continue to review grant opportunities and submit grants to benefit current or new housing service. And then we provide limited financial assistance to the youth education and activities, advocacy resource, tribal action plan, and other community events. And then we also have the home rehabilitation program that will provide weatherization, roof replacements, and major home rehabilitation so that they may stay in their home off reservation. Okay, so the next tab is the Indian Housing Plan at a glance. And this breaks down the activities. So in 3.1 is modernization, and these are 1937 units and operations of the 1937 units. You'll see we'll have some sidewalk and driveway repair, roof project, Kinchelo door and window replacement, and then our match for the ICDBG boilers and furnaces. Operations, that's where our vacant unit, warehouse, and public works come out of. And then 3.3 is the Lodge of Hope, and we're going to provide $938,000 in assistance this year. We have the down payment assistance set at $124,000. Home rehabilitation services at $531,000. Renewable energy project, $87,000 this year. We've did a feasibility study this year, so next year we plan to do a project to figure out how can we actually, what's the best way for this climate to put in some solar panels so that we can, bring down those electric bills for the elders that have electric heat. There's the rental assistance voucher program. It's similar to the Section 8 voucher where we subsidize the rent for people off reservation. There's housing, tenant and resident services. They do lease monitoring, financial education. They do referrals to outside agencies. They work closely with all the families in housing. Maintenance and operations of Nahaza units. We have to keep those units that we built with 1937 and Nahaza separate, so we set up accounting for them separately, and that comes in at $818,000. Housing management services, this is where we do the waiting list, tenant files, home buyer support, and then we look for grants, also the staff in this cost center, and that's for $465,000. Crime prevention and safety services, we support the K-9 unit at $7,000 per year. We have housing community centers, Hassel, Escanaba, Manistee, and Wetmore, and that's budgeted at $175,000. And then finally, planning and administration at $1,050,000, and that covers like accounting, contracts, environmental, legal, payroll with the tribe. It funds insurance, payment in lieu of taxes, wages and fringe benefits, and some training out of that cost center. The low-income housing tax credit project is, the project itself is set at $2 million, and then we have a consulting line item at $500,000. And then utility services for Hessel, Manistee, and Wetmore, and it provides utility assistance to the utility authority, directly to the utility authority, so we keep those costs affordable, as I mentioned earlier. And then the new housing development, so this is the one where we would hire architect and engineering firms to develop the plans for the land I was speaking of earlier, Escanaba and what's the other one? Wetmore. Sorry about that. So total expenditures are at $13,310,611, and then we estimate that we'll receive $8,500,000 in IHBG funds this year. So the next tab is just the required format that we have to submit it to HUD. So after it receives final approval from the board of directors, we'll submit it in this format, and so this is just showing you how it will be submitted to HUD. The next tab is the Nahaza consolidated budget. And here again, it lists all the activities that I just went through, the details behind it in page 1 through, oh, they're not numbered. Anyways, all that is right behind, the details all behind that. This is the consolidated budget, and this is the one that you're probably used to looking at often. These are the ones, the tribe's format for budgets. You'll see we have several class centers, so it's pretty thick. The next one is our CapEx, and that's all listed. So we have some vehicles, trailers, bathroom remodel, and some carpet cleaners, things like that would be all listed there. The next is our team member allocation, so all the positions you would see where they're allocated in all the cost centers. That's right behind it. And then the next tab is the affordable housing activities and administrative expenses. And we like to give this every year, just so you can see what HUD says that you can spend your Indian housing block grant on. So that's all listed in there. And then finally, it's the Nahaza income limits for 2026, and we provide that to the board every year during the Indian Housing Plan presentation. And that's all I had.
All right, questions, discussion? Kim, Goodall?
Does this start October 1st? Is that your fiscal year, all this, or is it calendar?
Calendar.
Okay. So I had some people call in about the furnace program, so I just wanted to know when I could let them know to contact you. Thank you.
Can I respond to Kim's?
Bridget?
Are you referring to the ones that are going to have their furnaces replaced or people that are applying for like the weatherization or something?
I believe they need it replaced.
Okay.
I believe they should apply because I believe we still have funding remaining for this year. So, yeah.
Any other questions, discussions? We got some housing commissioners here and online. So I have a couple questions.
Sure.
You know, I know that we've discussed some like longer-term housing plans. We recently had a constituent come to us about, you know, finally making it on their feet, only to be left without housing because there's lack of affordable apartments outside of the reservation. But they made too much to live on the reservation. So has there been any discussion, because this is the 2026 Indian Housing Plan, do you guys have like a strategic plan to address like diversifying our housing units such that we go beyond HUD, we have intermediate living, you know, for people who do make it and they want to live in the community, or people who want to move home? Because I think that's really important that we focus on that as a tribe, you know, because we are a tribe. And just because somebody gets a better job doesn't mean they should have to move away from their community. So I'm just curious if that's ever been discussed at your table. Like I said, we had a member come here a couple weeks ago to tell us that, and it's kind of heartbreaking because, like, you know, it's terrible to see people without housing and waiting to get on the reservation. So clearly we need more housing there. But it's equally as terrible to hear people having to move away and not have the financial security to do that, even though they no longer qualify financially.
So we haven't really discussed, so low income is the 80% or below. 80 to 100% is what we call over income. They can stay, but they have to pay a larger rent. Now, when they become over 100%, they're considered non-low income. That's when they don't qualify for our program anymore, and that's when we work with them to have, you know, they have to move. We're really flexible in it, and I know that at least a few of them have stayed probably 6 to 12 months. You know, just trying, because we're trying to work with them, we'll grant them extensions. Now, as far as discussion on, you know, doing some sort of next step housing for those higher incomes, no, I don't know that we've talked. I mean, it's always been in our, you know, that has always been there, but not on the reservations. A lot of our money we can't use to support non-low income people, but I'm sure there's things out there that we could do. We just have to look at all that.
Yeah, because just following up on that, like, I would like to see that for the future of the tribe. You know, is if people want to be a part of their community, they should be able to be a part of the community. I understand how the low income stuff works, but it's like we're not doing anything to address beyond that right now. Right. You know, Aaron.
Oh, we had the conversation in 2000 when we had a bunch of non-low-income people that were occupying units that we needed for low-income people. And that's at the time when we set the rent ceilings. The other thing we said we were going to do was to, when I say we, I mean housing and the tribe collectively, that we would work to develop something like the home buyer program that could move people from where they are to where they need to be. Because if you're paying rent ceiling for 10 years, at some point there's like a little equation that goes off in people's brains that, why am I paying rent ceiling and not getting any equity? And what we had talked about was developing something like the home buyer program. The home buyer program curriculum is amazing, and it does empower people to move from where they are to where they need to be. But the one thing, though, is that expectation on housing alone is not an appropriate expectation, because that is the tribe's responsibility, not housing's. Housing exists as a low-income, safe and affordable subsidy for people who qualify. And there is a market for people that are above low income, and that's why we do so well in Demwadding. But Demwadding is limited in how many units they have. And so I've been saying this for 20, 25 years, is that our investment needs to be in safe and affordable housing, but also a diversity of housing. Because the other thing we were kind of stuck on for a long time was individual units, and that was a repudiation of tenement buildings. And when Nahasda was developed, we wanted to be different than HUD, because we didn't want to have, apartment buildings, slums sort of thing. So homes, individual homes became the thing. Like everybody's dream was to have their own home. But we'll never meet that dream fully, either with the housing money that we get, and also the housing money that we get is most of the income that pays for everything that happens. Rents are nominal. They're very minimal, but there is a market that we're missing. And people are downtown, and they're paying $1,200 right now in a slum, in horrible. And Community Action tries not to place people in those homes, but sometimes that's all that's available because we have an unavailable housing stock. So townhouses, condos, there's so much different we could do, but it can't be put on housing because it has to be a tribal investment. And because even though model projects allows some of the funds to be used for different innovative things, and program income can also be used for innovative things, but there's only so much there. And so we did have, years ago, we did have a project where the Department of Defense wanted to partner with the tribes to do some additional housing, and the tribe wouldn't even listen to it. But, so I agree with you, Tyler, but it can't all be put on the low-income program, because that exists for a reason. So, and there's a market for it. We could be, I always say, Debbie Harwood learned how to do housing, and then she became rich by moving off, and having her own units. But if she can do it, we can do it, so, and we don't.
Any other questions or discussion? Oh, you're good. Go ahead.
Annie Thiebert, Board of Commission. I worked at housing for almost 10 years, and now I'm sitting at the BOC level. And I have a really firm understanding of how their finances work. It's very unique in the way that it's allocated to us. We're able to produce program income off our Nahasda units and the non-program income from the 1937 units, which that's the majority of our housing units, correct? So having that lower rent structure really idles our non-program income housing units if we were to choose to build non-program housing units. Because if we were to build, actually Lisa and I always call it the color of money, right? You have your Nahasda, it's red, your program income is yellow, and your non-program income is green. So it's Nahasda, stop, yellow, hold on, wait, there's some restrictions, and green is just go for it, right? So if we were to increase our rents, that they were affordable for the membership and the tribe, it would create more non-program income. And housing could produce non-program income housing. That would allow that pot of money to grow even larger. The same with the yellow pot of money. If they utilize non-program income to build yellow homes, units, they would create a bigger pot of money as well. I had suggested to the BOC, at the BOC level, that we try to limit spending activities from program and non-program income, especially if it's eligible for NAHASDA. Like the Lodge of Hope. It's great that we're supporting that program. I personally feel like it should come out of our NAHASDA pot of money versus our non-program income, which we could build units that have no income restrictions on there to provide to our membership. So if we were to do that, move the Lodge of Hope to our NAHASDA funds where it's eligible, that would free up that money. And there's other activities where we're spending program and non-program income. And I think a strategic plan that looks at the housing authority as a business would be really lucrative moving forward in our future. Thank you.
Annie, I'm going to say a couple things about that before I move on. So I appreciate you sharing that because the Housing Commission has a lot of different pots of funding at their disposal, but the non-program income that's generated by charging rent, I mean, that's obviously the most lucrative for us because we can use it for a lot of different purposes within this tribe, and there aren't a whole lot of restrictions tied to it. So speaking on the Lodge of Hope, it makes no sense to use non-program income to cover the Lodge of Hope when you have NAHASDA funds available. I mean, those have to be used for housing purposes. The Lodge of Hope is housing. You know, you might as well hold on to the non-program income because it's much more valuable to the tribe and you have much more versatility. Does anyone here disagree with that? So what do we have to do to change it from non-program income to NAHASDA then? Would you guys have to pass a resolution at the Housing Commission level?
Right now, it's program income. It's not a non-program.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that, Annie? Should it be NAHASDA?
I personally think it should be NAHASDA. That's where I would move it. We've had the discussion a couple different times. I mean, if you're spending funds that there's a potential to get a return back from, or you're spending funds where there's no return coming back, I always say this: if I could go Christmas shopping with somebody else's checking account and versus spending mine, I'm gonna spend theirs before I spend mine. So that yellow pot of money and that green pot of money is the tribe's money, and that red pot of money is formula funds that we get from the government. So trying to spend those first just makes more sense, especially if you have units that will produce more money of that type of income that you use to build it with.
I completely agree. So we have a speaking list. I'm going to call on Tyler, then Cody Mayer.
Yeah, so, and that's kind of I think we're hitting on the same point that I was trying to get at, right? Like, real estate developers get rich off of real estate. And if we have tribal members that can afford higher rents, that can help subsidize some of our lower income and ultimately, over the course of 10, 15, 20 years, really increase our housing stock. Then we'll have mixed reservations where we'll have people that meet these low income thresholds. And I really appreciate how you explained the different pot of money color coding. The green and yellow is the tribe's money, and that's what we can do to expand. And that's great for economic development. That's really what housing should be, is put people in housing, and the economic development is create new sources of housing. You know, and allow people the opportunity to move home, you know, because we do have people that say, I want to move home, but I can't afford it, or I want to move back to the tribe, or I want to move back to the res. And like I mentioned, we had that young man come in a couple of weeks ago to tell us his issue of like finally getting on their feet as a family, only to be told that they're going to have to move out. Like, those aren't things that we want to hear either. Like, we have to be able to address all of these things as a tribe. And I just want to kind of throw that on your table as like, as we're moving forward, like, let's look at the bigger picture. How do we really increase our housing portfolio to accommodate for all different types of tribal members? So that's really the point that I was trying to get to is, and then, you know, similar to what Austin had asked, do you make recommendations to housing about where that fund should come out? Do you vote for these things in your housing, or do you just get something that you're asked to approve?
This year was a little bit different, right? There was a lot going on with Joni passing and Maria picking up and the staff at the Housing Authority coming together and getting prepared for today, right? In the past, when I worked at the Housing Authority, we used to hold planning sessions, and I don't believe we've had those in the last couple of years. I think COVID, I think everything's still getting back to somewhat normal after COVID, but
Yeah,
no, we don't present to, at this point, we don't present to the housing presents it to us.
Okay. Yeah, what I would like to see is basically what you mentioned, go burn those red funds as quickly as possible, and then let's be smart with the rest of the tribal funds. I yield.
Cody, Aaron, then Rob.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I just want to circle back here briefly to Vice Chair LaPonte's question. As far as the diversity of housing, it's interesting. I grew up in Sault Ste. Marie, and I live over in Marquette now, and I mean the median rent price over here right now for your typical apartment. I mean, we're talking $2,400 a month. To buy a home, it's we're talking $360,000 to $400,000 for a home, and these aren't brand new builds either. The new builds are closer to anywhere from $600,000 to $800,000. I mean, it's getting a little outrageous here, but I mean it's really sad to see that there's a lot of tribal members over in this area that don't live in the city, and they're getting kind of pushed out of not only just the city, but the county as a whole, because the county's housing levels over here are also increasing due to just the lack of volume of housing stock. Our tribe founded Marquette, and our members can't even afford to live over here right now. And if they do make enough, there's just not enough housing stock for them to pick from. It's really quite a challenge, and I do really like the idea of us doing planning sessions, or even joint strategic workshops to try to figure out what that long-term planning and vision could look like. But the diversity of housing stock is definitely something that I think we should probably be looking at.
Okay, thank you, Cody. Aaron.
I may have lost audio.
Hey, Rob, you're
Sorry,
still,
Rob, it's me.
Rob, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now? And it may have, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we Director Payman, I don't think we could hear you there for a minute or two.
Yeah, it was me. I didn't have my mic on. Sorry.
You want to start over, Aaron?
Yeah, so not all of it, not all of it. But so that was like a moment in time, and I know, and I'll be the harshest critic sometimes of housing, not thinking outside of the box and doing things kind of governmentally and kind of, programmatically, and not, like getting stuck on this individual units. Years ago, I proposed single apartments, like 20 years ago, or I proposed trailers, modulars or trailers. And we used to look down our nose at that, and it's funny because when I was growing up, we were so poor on Shunk Road. We had a shit house. We didn't have anything. And when we went to visit my cousins, they weren't related to me, but up at L&M Trailer Park, I thought these people were rich. They had a toilet. They had a shower. And so, we could have been doing modular units or trailers all along, but it is preferred to have a house, right, a 3-4 bedroom house. But I will say that when we were supposedly going down this path of economic development and all of that, at first I was a little frustrated because nothing was happening. But then I finally had a good conversation with Joni, and she shared that she had been trying to get her foot in the door with the EDC, and nothing, no responses, no meetings, no interest. And that frustrated me because look at Odenong. This was George's vision years ago. Odenong has room for another, I don't know, like 70 units or something. We've got And also, well, the limitations are, you need money to build these units, you need sanitation, you need all these systems. But also, this was at a time when we were fighting to get jobs and infrastructure dollars, so we could have gotten $100 million for infrastructure. And I was pushing to try to find out our needs so that we could then convey that, and then our tribe and other tribes would get this big chunk of money. And so when we talk about becoming entrepreneurial, it's got to be in the hands of somebody who knows what they're doing and somebody that's willing to do it. Because during those years that we weren't making any money in Sioux Tribe Inc. or EDC or whatever it was, Joni, they wouldn't even meet with Joni. They wouldn't even talk to Joni. And we have all of those vacant lots up at Odenung that are prime for development. I know that doesn't help in Marquette and other units, but we could have also been then acquiring property and doing the same thing. So I think it's time for us to evolve to a different approach, an entrepreneurial approach, that middle income category. Somebody's making money off of our tribal members that are living in slums right now. And we could be making enough money to provide safe and affordable housing and to pay down the debt for those units. And if it means we have to finance to do it, because you're never going to get that money out of housing. You're not going to get it out of non-program income or program income. It's up to us to figure out how to do it. And it's a good investment. Demwadding has demonstrated that with old crap Air Force Base housing, we've been able to turn a profit. And we could do the same thing. If other people can do it downtown and they can do it at Harwood Apartments, why can't we do it? And we do need a different vision. We need an entrepreneurial vision. But when housing's willing to work with us on it, we need to not let them wait. Because Joni tried really hard to get in her foot in the door, and nobody would meet with her on the EDC side. So,
Rob, then Cody.
Well, Commissioner Mayer kind of covered what I was going to say there with the cost of houses going way up. But the conversation that I had with the member, why I brought some of this forward a few weeks ago, it was really triggering to try to figure out a better pathway forward where we're not penalizing our members for their success in life. It really broke my heart when he asked, like, point blank, should I just have my brother quit his job because we make too much money, we're going to lose our house, and we literally have nowhere to go and can't afford anywhere else in town. To me, it's like when our families, our tribal member families get to that point, it should be a celebration. Like, congratulations, like, you have moved from a place where you need subsidized housing to where you could pay your own, and now we have these beautiful homes that are paid for by the tribe that you can now rent. And now when people get to that next level of income, they can afford to pay the rent. And like some of the people that just talked, why are we pushing them out to go find places in the community? It's almost like we're chastising people for wanting to live on the res when it should be celebrated. Like, I don't want our people to have some kind of stigma about res houses, like, oh, I make too much money to live on the res. It should be, should be different tiers of housing based on what you're able to afford. And our goal should be to encourage people to advance their careers in their life and to be able to spend more, but that shouldn't mean that you're kicked off the reservation. I mean, it should mean that, hey, we have worked hard and utilized the services that our tribe provides to us to get a better standing in life, and now we can afford a better house, but we still want to live on our res. So why don't we have those homes there? And if we could pay for it out of non-program funding or unrestricted funding, then, decisions like paying for the Lodge of Hope out of dollars that are restricted is a no-brainer. Why are we using our unrestricted funds to pay for the Lodge of Hope when it fits in another category that's not paid for us? It just seems to be common sense to me.
Okay, Cody.
Thank you. I just want to quickly comment here on direct payments. Thinking outside the box and entrepreneurial thoughts here. There are mechanisms where, the tribe can partner with both, whether it's municipalities or, private developers, And, just speaking to folks over kind of on the western end here, I mean, there are communities and private developers that would be open to doing that. I think the biggest issue is none of them feel like it's appropriate for them to take that first step, and they don't know how to approach the tribe in doing so. And I think that's just one challenge we have to kind of overcome here. But I did want to point out recently KBIC over here did do a housing development with a private developer, and they have a fixed number of units that are guaranteed for KBIC members, and they're just regular rental units, but they have an allocated amount set aside that their tribal members more or less get first dibs on. So I mean, there's creative solutions we can look at here. It's just a matter of whether or not we want to.
Isaac.
Yeah, I know Aaron talked about housing. Just since I've been on the board, we placed 20 double wides, 24 single wide trailers we gave out. We're doing the 42 units in KI Sawyer, 21 rooms for the homeless shelter, and this does not include the 2 apartment houses we bought. So I think that's a lot of housing. We're well over 100 units in the 3 years I've been here. So, and typically I think housing does what, 1-2 units a year? So 5, so we just increase that in in less than a 20-year span that it would take housing to do. So I'm very proud what we done. I think, like Aaron said, we got to think out of the box and, let's approach Harwoods. Let's approach McGahee and see if they want to sell. I mean, that's the cheapest solution. I mean, they might want to get out of it. Who knows? But
Cody.
Yeah, sorry, last comment here and I'll stop talking. Yeah, I just wanted to, there's a group that recently did a housing study for each county in the UP, which if I can find it here, I can send it over. And for perspective, I mean, I've been on the Marquette City Commission now for about 5 years, and we've added about 800 units to our housing stock, or they're currently being developed. But according to the housing study that came out, I mean, we're talking per year, we need an additional 500 to 1,000 per year for the next 10 years just to try to keep up with growth. And that's not including the amount of housing stock we need to just get us back to where we're supposed to be. There's several other counties, including on the eastern side of the UP, that also have, the same growth issues right now where there's just not enough stock. If I can find that report, I'll get it over to everybody, but it's pretty enlightening kind of seeing how much more we really do need up here.
All right, so does anyone else have anything they want to say? Tyler?
I mean, that's a really good point, and that's something that we can point to for our tribal members too. But I had a question about like economic development opportunities. So I know that was discussed last year. It was polled. Is there any further discussion amongst the commission or housing?
So is there anything listed in the 2026 Indian Housing Plan with the Sioux Tribe that authorizes economic development, to use housing funds to purchase businesses, car washes, anything, period?
no.
Okay. Nothing at all in there? Okay. Tyler, do you have anything else to say?
No, I'm just curious if there, like, because we're talking about housing as an opportunity for economic development. Is there been any more discussion at the housing level to provide that?
So we were looking at pulling out, working on the strategic plan, and then Joni passed away. So we were getting back to that to look at everything really well. We haven't got there yet. Right now, we're working on a low-income housing tax credit application. And that is taking a lot of time. There's a lot of stuff that's required with that. So I don't know that we'll be able to pull it out probably maybe in October. So I'm hoping soon, because there's like a deadline, October 15th? Yeah, it's in October where we have the first round for the low-income housing tax credit goes out. So, yeah, we're slowly but surely trying to get back, moving forward with everything, so.
All right, thank you. That's all I was at. I was just curious where we're at with that. I think like it would be helpful for us, like beyond this report, that we maybe meet regularly with the Housing Commission, so we can understand what's actually happening in our housing, what the needs are, what the demands are, and what direction we're headed. Because we should be aware of that. I know that you guys operate independently from the board, but we still need to communicate, because we did the same thing with, Sioux Tribe Inc., where we weren't communicating, and there was a transition there, and now we're communicating. We're getting monthly reports from them. We're understanding what's actually happening now. So I think it would be helpful, probably both for you and for us, because then some of the direction that we want to head, and then we know and understand some of the directions you're heading, so that we don't get this, giant budget report and then just have to pass it because it's due October 15th, 16th, something like that. But I think it would be appreciated,
Well, one of the things that we were going to suggest is a joint planning session between the Board of Directors and the Housing Commission, just to get everyone's goals in alignment, make sure everyone's on the same page, find out what hills we're going to die on. I mean, I don't want to see a single cent being spent on economic development if it can be spent on housing, you know what I mean? Some other areas, where we can just have improved transparency. One of the things that I would like to see is Housing Commission meetings having an item in the agenda where residents of housing can go there and grieve complaints, because, I mean, if it's closed to the public, they can't go and talk to you guys, and there's a misconception that as board members, we can snap our fingers and say, all right, well, this person needs a house or that person needs a house, and that's just not reality. The Housing Authority reports to the Housing Commission, and as a board member, I really don't have a lot to do other than push the complaint or the request to Housing Authority staff, but it ends there. So that's one of the things that I want to see. I'm not sure if anyone else agrees with that, but just some slight improvements. I mean, we recognize how hard you guys are working. We recognize the transition that you guys have made since Joni's passing, and you guys have done a wonderful job. We just want to work more closely with you guys. So that's where we're coming from. Anything else to cover on this, guys?
I do have a question.
Yeah.
So we talked about the Lodge of Hope, and it's obviously slated for program income in 2026. As it stands today, and I presented it, would it pass at the board level? Do I need to go back to the commission and say we need to move this under NAHASDA? Should I find out if that's even possible with everything budgeted?
This is what I want to do regarding that.
Okay.
So I think that we should use every dollar that we have at our disposal to spend on housing. And if there's other sources of funding that can cover the Lodge of Hope or anything else from the federal government, from settlements, we use that money first. So we have about $4.5 million of opiate settlement funds. And as most people know, if you're unhoused, a lot of times you have a history of substance abuse. So we're waiting on a legal review from our legal department to figure out whether or not we can use those opiate settlement funds to pay the operating costs for 2026. If we do, that would save you guys that much money, somewhere around $1 million, and we could get more houses out of it. It would be a win-win, since we know that housing is a barrier to people in recovery. We would use those dollars to put a roof over those people's head while they were unhoused, and it would save the authority around $1 million, and we could get some more houses out of it. So Ryan, have you had a chance to look into that? And if not, how long would it take you to reach a conclusion on that?
Yeah, I've been looking at that. I haven't circled back yet with Bill Connolly on it, but preliminarily, I think that is a feasible use of the opioid funds. I just haven't fully fleshed that out yet and looked at it with our CFO.
Okay, if we could prioritize that so they have some direction on that, that would be really helpful. But then for 2027, per one of your commissioner's recommendations, I would prefer that that be spent with NAHASDA funds, but that's just my idea. Mike?
My question would go to is, knowing that you guys have a deadline coming up within a month, right? Well, a little over a month, but not knowing if we can spend that money on there, how easy is it to change your plan? If we submit this plan, this is the plan, but then it comes back, hey, we can use these funds, can we amend the housing plan, or is that a really difficult task?
So yes, we can amend it at any point, after the first one's approved. That is possible. It's just, it has to go through the commission.
It's a process.
Then we have to send it up to HUD.
I'd prefer to have an answer before all that, but just in case, I know that things work slow here. So if we can't get an answer to that, I don't want to hold up and not submit this in time. So I think that we should be ready for maybe both avenues.
How about this?
Yeah.
Ryan said give him a week.
There's a week?
That's your deadline, Ryan. We're going to hold you to it.
So I think if we submit it the way it stands right now, we're okay, even if we don't spend the money out of program income. I think it's just the matter of, making that, it's October 20th. I just had an email reminder to make sure that we have the Indian Housing Plan into HUD by that date. So it's up for approval on the board level in the next board meeting. I think it's the 16th. So, but I think if it just is approved the way it stands today, we're okay, even if we don't spend the money. Like, I don't have to go back and get it amended for that.
How about this? So if the legal department comes back and says, you can use opiate use funds for that purpose, can you inject $1 million into housing within our 5 units that you weren't anticipate spending, that you were instead planning on spending on the Lodge of Hope?
I think we'd have to write it in as an activity under program income, but it probably is possible.
Can you work on that just as an in case? Okay. Isaac?
I was going to say the same thing, but we also could probably add another $1 million to the apartment complex, right? Because $1 million in housing doesn't go very far.
No, so we have the 20-unit single apartment building. It's going to start construction next year. And then we're working on the supportive housing unit. That'll be at 36 units. And then that's like the next step from the Lodge of Hope. So it will serve people who have issues, mental health issues, addictions, things like that, and they have housing barriers. So that will help hopefully get some people moving through the homeless shelter as well, and housed, and it's permanent supportive, so they don't have to move. They're going to have rules, of course, but it's not real tough. So
This was going to be my last suggestion. If we do decide to supplement the apartment complex that's going to be built at Odenang next year with another $1 million or whatever the operating costs will be saved from the Lodge of Hope, maybe we offer preference to people staying in those extra units if you have a substance abuse history, if you're transitioning out of the Lodge of Hope, something along those lines. That way it still fits the spirit of people in recovery. I'm just brainstorming right now, that's all, and we can talk more about it during the planning session. Aaron?
Sure. When do you have to have it in?
October 20th.
So we have really this next meeting and the first meeting in October. It's the 14th.
October 14th is our first meeting in October because we didn't schedule anything for the first week.
Oh, okay.
Ryan said he'd have it done.
And then we can also schedule things on non-Tuesdays too, Aaron.
So
We can
Ryan's
spend
gonna
time
have
on
it
this
done
too,
today
right?
anyway, so, but,
Today now?
so here's what I think, okay, knowing what's going on with this crazy administration is we want to have whatever we want completed. We don't want to amend a plan after the program year starts because it's gonna move us, and it's really just as simple as project management, right? It's going to move us from the top of the list to the bottom of the list, and you never know if he's going to do another rescissionary effort and try to claw back funds, and the Congress has not demonstrated any fortitude with stopping that from happening, and it could happen. So whatever we submit, we want it to be on time. It can go right up to the deadline, but I don't want us to try to do an amendment after we submit it.
Completely agree with you.
Yeah.
Completely agree with you. Anyone else? All right, so Lana will find a date that's compatible for both of our groups, the Board of Directors and the Housing Commission. We'll sit down and have that joint meeting, and we'll come up with some stuff, okay? All right, guys, appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for all that you do. All right, let's take like a 5-minute break, and then we'll jump into agenda review. Review. The first couple that we have are with the Budgets Department. Hey Jen, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing good. Let's cover Continuing Funding Authority, Governmental FY 2026, Schedule B budgets first, if we could, please.
This is a continuing funding resolution to cover 48 cost centers that have a start date of either September or October. And this will just allow for the continued funding well until we have budgets approved.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments on this resolution? Going once, going twice. Okay, I don't see any hands, so let's move on to the next, which would be Continuing Funding Authority, Health Division for FY 2026, Schedule B budgets, October through September.
This is the same thing, but for the health division, there are 72 cost centers that this will impact, and it just will allow for the continued funding for these programs until we get through the budgets.
Okay, any questions, comments here? Okay, thanks, Jen, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next resolution would be from the Health Division. It is Maintenance, Improvement, and Capital Outlays and Third-Party Revenue FY 2025 Budget Modification. Joel, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, this is essentially just modifying our capital outlay budget related to the ongoing project in the Marquette Clinic, the construction phase. This is adding some funding to cover change order, regular construction-related billing, and 50% of the site work that will happen this year. Then the other 50% will happen in the 26 budget. So that's essentially what this is doing.
Okay, thank you, Joel. Any questions or comments from the board? Kim?
Our agenda says FY '25, but the title says FY '26. Is that?
It's the 25. It's the 25 budget that I'm modding.
All right, thank you. We'll take a look at it, Kim, make sure everything's okay before the meeting. All right, anyone else? Okay, then we'll move on to the next resolution, which is Health Division FIG Partners Application. Are you covering that one?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Okay.
James talked about it last week.
So let's skip that and we'll get James online for the end of
I
this thing. We'll
apologize for
circle
that.
back on him.
He covered it last week.
Yeah.
He's on vacation until the 15th.
Oh, he's on vacation. Okay.
Carrie's online, maybe she knows, but he
I
did
better
cover
give
it
him a
with you
call.
last week.
Carrie?
I know what it is. It's a grant, but I don't have the specifics.
Okay, well, does anyone have any questions, comments on it? I mean, we covered this like we do all of them. It's just last minute opportunity if there's questions or comments. Anything to go over on this, guys? Okay, all right, so we'll move on then from there. Next, we have approving 2025 Marquette renovation site work contractor selection.
Yeah, this is essentially, we have one bidder to do the site work on the construction, or the site work up at the Marquette site, which is pavement, driveway, curbing. I think it came in at about, I don't know if I can say that in the workshop, but could I say who it is?
I don't care. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if there's any rules against it. So Obastar was a sole bidder from the Marquette area, I believe. Yeah, easy choice. So that's what we're here for. And like as I said, 50% roughly is in the 25 budget, and the other 50% is in the 26. So.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Questions, comments here before we move on? Okay, so we'll move on from this resolution on to authorizing purchase GE X-ray machine. Thanks, Joel.
Hello, this is Carrie Rogers. I'll be presenting this resolution. The purpose of this resolution is to approve the purchase of a new X-ray machine through GE Healthcare for the amount of, and it's actually $100,000 less than what's on here. I messed up. It's $279,401.28. And that would be for the health center here in the Sioux. Our current machine is 30-plus years old, and the parts are no longer available for that machine. This is in the 225 capital budget, which was approved.
Thanks, Carrie. The vice chairman's agreed to motion to amend when we vote on this tonight to reflect the true purchase price. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, thanks, Carrie.
Thank you.
Next resolution is transportation award and approve indefinite delivery, indefinite quality contract with UP Engineers and Architects for BIA projects.
Hello, this is Wendy. So this resolution is requesting approval to select UP engineers and architects for our BIA projects, and we'll be contracting with the IDIQ contracting.
Thank you, Wendy. Any questions or comments from the board? Tyler?
Do we have to have one engineer firm to get these funds? Like, what is this for?
This is an engineering firm. We're going to hire this engineering firm, if approved, to work on all of our Bureau of Indian Affairs projects, our BIA projects.
Were there bids placed out for it?
Yes.
And
There was an official proposal put out. We solicited, I believe it was 5 to 8 firms, and this was through the purchasing department.
and this was the lowest bidder, or how did you guys select this one?
We used a matrix to evaluate.
No, there's two bidders.
There's two.
The sheet's attached, but it doesn't say if there's a number.
There's a matrix at the end of those two resolutions that shows for the RAISE project and the BIA project. I put it behind all of them.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
And then all the specs.
There's no numbers in
Can you report whether or not they were the lowest bidder, aside from their matrix score?
So with engineering, architects and engineering firms, you don't go by the lowest.
But were they the lowest? I assume not then, right?
They were both comparable,
Comparable? Okay.
yes.
Okay, I'll jump to Isaac and we'll circle back to you, Tyler, if you have any questions.
we've
after.
seen it.
Okay, go ahead.
But there's no cost there. But
That's right.
can we get a copy of the matrix when they select the non-low bidder?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you guys are well within your authority to request that. Can we get that provided to us? Can you follow up with that, Lana?
Wendy did state that you don't have to do that for an engineering firm, but I don't believe that's in our procurement policies.
It's a federal policy.
Yeah, but it's still, federal's got to align with our own policies.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, anyone else? Going once? Going twice? Okay.
Right.
All right, so let's move on to the next one then, Wendy, and if people have more questions about that, they can just raise their hand. So we'll move on to transportation award and approve indefinite delivery, indefinite quality contract with Coleman Engineering for RAISE grant project.
Yes, this is a request to select Coleman Engineering for our RAISE grant projects.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Any questions or comments on this one?
I believe that the proposals, each proposal for each company was included in that PowerPoint that was submitted on Friday.
All right, any questions, comments? Going once? Going twice? Thank you, Wendy.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Next resolution would be award contract, construction contract to Sioux Tribe Construction Elder Building.
Hello, guys. So this is another one of those ones that I had a very hard time getting anyone to either bid or getting to bid within our budget. The scope of the contract was cut many times to try and fit it within the budget. And we did have a couple of walkthroughs and direct solicits. And during the walkthrough, we had multiple, there was a total of 6 companies conduct the walkthrough. None of them bid on it. Sioux Tribe Construction had recently hired a new manager, Bill Martin, and he had his dates crossed, so he wasn't able to submit his bid on time, but he had his bid completed. So based on purchasing's recommendation that we could go back out to construction afterwards, they submitted the bid, and that's what you have here in front of you. The contract amount that we're looking to award of actual awarded work is $110,968, but because of the scope being cut, I would like to award the remaining amount of the internal agency agreement and us just do design bids and builds onto the project until we've completed everything or ran out of funding.
Okay, appreciate it, Andrew. Any questions, comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next resolution. Thank you.
Thanks.
Chandra? So the next one would be recruitment and retention of early childhood education bus driver positions.
Good afternoon. The Sioux Tribe Early Childhood Program is requesting approval to increase the budgeted wage for our bus driver positions to help with recruitment and retention. We've been unable to fill the bus driver position in Sinningness for nearly 3 years, causing a hardship to our program, and most importantly, to our families who rely on transportation for their children to receive an education. Out of our 3 budgeted positions, only 1 is currently filled. In 2023, a resolution, 2023-287, was approved by the Board of Directors authorizing bus drivers to be hired up to the max of the old wage grid. With the most recent compensation study, the new allowable wage to offer bus drivers was significantly decreased by approximately $3 per hour, at $18,501. Already unable to recruit at the old rate, this decrease in wage has created an even bigger obstacle and put us even further behind in our recruitment efforts. We are asking approval to move our grid placement of the bus driver position to an NE11 and approval to budget at the max of this wage. The range of NE11 grade is 23,612 min and the max is 35,419. A condition of this approval is that every recommended candidate must undergo a wage review based on their individualized experience and placed only at the appropriate level in the NE11 grade. If approved, we will become more competitive as some of our local school districts are hiring bus drivers between $25 and $30 an hour. With a nearly non-existent to limited applicant pool, candidates will most likely fall between the min and mid rate, which is below or near the level of local competitors. We are hopeful that if approved, we can improve recruitment of our bus drivers and once again, be able to provide transportation services to our students and families.
Thank you, Chandra. Any board discussion? Start with Bridget.
So we had kind of touched on this a week or 2 ago. Yeah, I've had so many calls in the last 3 years from parents that struggled with working and trying to get their kids back and forth to the center, and then they were missing school a lot if the parents couldn't do it. I know that I had contacted our superintendent of sitting the schools, and they were paying $28, and they finally this year were able to fully staff the drivers because they were also struggling. This program for many years was very hard to get into. It was the place that people wanted to be, and then with not having a bus, they started sending their kids up to the sitting the schools. So it's taking a hit on our program. I think we've got 12 slots out of 20 full, and I think this would help us recruit those other spots, and so parents can go to work. I know that there's been, people not, closing daycares and stuff because they need to be able to pick up their kids and stuff. So I hope that we can finally hire someone.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you, Chandra. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, the next resolution would be recruitment and retention of early childhood education. No, we just did that. Yeah. All right, government EDC and housing team member vacation payout. Bill Conley.
Good afternoon. We workshopped this a couple weeks ago. This is the program that's been in place for the last few years since COVID to help those that have not been able to, or for other reasons have not taken all their vacation and they would lose it if we don't offer them an opportunity to sell back their hours for a cash payment. We're anticipating that 92 non-exempt team members and 118 exempt team members will take advantage of this.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions or comments from the board? Bridget?
I just got to say, it's sad that the exempt are a bigger number than the non-exempt, I think. So they're probably getting a good payout. And I'm not saying that the exempt are not, valued or they got to cover a lot of time, but I think, we've been so short-handed on the front lines. I guess I would be more, well, of course, we're talking about government too. So anyways.
Anyone else? Mike?
As I said at the workshop, I'll say it here too, is that we keep saying this is the last year we're doing it. At least we didn't say that this year. But if we're not going to put it in the program and just this be part of the norm, I would still encourage vacations. People need breaks from their employment. So if we keep doing this and we're just kicking the can down the road, and I think if this wasn't an option, I think people would demand their vacations a little more seriously, and we'd be more on board with giving employees and team members a break from their jobs. So we keep saying last year to do it. I can't keep on doing that, so I'm a no on this because of that fact.
Aaron?
So exempt team members can make arrangements, so hourly people can't. So I would encourage, too, that we come up with an affirmative plan to communicate out annually that vacation planning be done so that we know when people are going to take their vacations. And it maybe if they planned ahead to take their vacation, they might actually then take the vacation. But over the years, it's always been used as kind of like a cash out, added benefit sort of thing. And we really do want people to be rested and, come back to work all rested and ready, except for our CFOs. But so I think just another, maybe we do something more affirmative rather than just kind of expecting it, but we actually encourage it and facilitate it and do some planning on an annual basis to when people will take their vacations so they actually do it. So, but they earned it, so I do think they deserve it.
Okay, anyone else? So I have a slightly different opinion. It's expensive to live right now. Like the cost of living is expensive, the cost to feed your family is really expensive, and the cost to go on a vacation is even higher. A lot of people simply can't afford it, and a lot of people are too busy to go on a vacation. Some people are too busy to go on honeymoons, but we do what we can, right? So if families can cash this out to help meet their ends meet, I have no problem with it. I mean, they'll get their check a couple months before Christmas, is what it is. If we want to create something more formal moving forward, we can do that, but they earn the hours, and if they can't afford to go on vacation, or if they're too busy in their positions, I completely get it. I've been there myself. So we don't let people work more than one position in the Sioux tribe, so I think this is just a way that something that people do just to make it a little bit financially easier for them and their families. Isaac?
Yeah, I would have to agree with you, Mr. Chairman. The other thing is these fees are already budgeted, so it's not like it's a huge loss to our tribe. I mean, these funds been budgeted. We're not giving them any additional money, and that little kick will definitely help people coming into the winter months.
Yeah, these have been expensed already. They're expensed every 2 weeks with the actual payrolls. So we would be just reducing the liability that each program has for accrued vacation.
Okay, anybody else? All right, so let's move on to the last item that we have on for resolutions, which would be negotiate and hire government CFO candidate. So we had a vacancy within our government CFO position. We've conducted interviews. We're pretty much all in agreement that we found the person that we'd like to offer the position to. I don't know if it would be unanimous, but I expect it to be pretty close to that. Any discussion here? This is something that we workshopped earlier today. Okay, so we'll move on, and we'll jump into new business then. The first, yep, go ahead.
So could we potentially suspend the rules to do the same for the CEO?
Well, we got it right here.
Yeah. So we also have a preferred candidate for the government CEO position. We've done interviews, and we had a similar conversation regarding that position earlier today. When the meeting starts, I'm going to determine whether or not the board is supportive of waiving the rules to add it to tonight's agenda. Is anyone opposed to talking about that right now, just in anticipation of the rules being waived and it being added?
Can we poll?
Let's find out if anyone's opposed. Anyone opposed to talking about it? Okay, no one's opposed? We'll save that poll. So, similar with the last position, there's someone that we want to offer this position to. We're all in agreement about the salary that we want to offer, and we'd have to waive the rules to vote on that tonight, but I think that's a good thing. Any comments, questions, any discussion?
Agree.
Okay, all right. And then during the meeting, we'll find out whether or not we can vote on it. Tyler?
I just want to say, I think both candidates are excellent. They're both Sioux Tribe citizens, which will benefit our tribe even more. And I don't think either of the hires are contentious, so I'm hoping that we don't put this off for 2 weeks. I mean, it's going to be the same person that we put forward 2 weeks from now, so I would hope that we just add this on to tonight's agenda and move this tribe forward in a good direction. That's my 2 cents, that's my piece, but I think the tribe's in good hands.
Agreed. So let's move on to new business. The first item underneath new business is committee appointments / resignations. So I'll work through these through the units, and then just raise your hand if you have any questions or comments. So the first one is Unit 1. Bud Byron and Carol Evo are requesting reappointments on the Unit 1 Sioux Tribe Elder Subcommittee. Any questions or comments there? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to Unit 2, the Hessel Elder Subcommittee. Ken Lively is resigning, Susan Lively is resigning, and Mary Stewart is looking to be appointed. Any discussion there? Okay, moving on, we'll move on to Elder Advisory Committee, Unit 4, Escanaba. Brenda Kennard seeking to be appointed. Any questions there? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to Higher Education Committee. Tennille McLeod is resigning. Any questions or comments there? Hearing none, we'll move on to the Food Sovereignty Committee. Jonathan Byron is seeking to be reappointed for a 4-year term. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to Sioux Tribe Housing Authority. They're requesting that we declare the Unit 2 seat vacant. Any questions or comments there? Okay, hearing none, we will move on from committee appointments / resignations into small mesh permit request. So I will read the memorandum that we all have in our packet. Pursuant to Resolution 2013-241, Procedures for Approving a Small Mesh Gillnet Application, Sioux Tribe member Robert Peterson is requesting a 2025 small mesh permit. Mr. Peterson held this permit in 2024, therefore this request goes directly to the Board of Directors for decision. I checked with Sioux Tribe law enforcement, and Mr. Peterson has no major infractions that would prevent him from receiving this if the board votes to approve the request. I've attached a copy of the request along with the resolution for reference. Any questions or comments there? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to disenrollment. So we have a memo from the Enrollment Committee, and I'll read that as well. And it doesn't mention any names. At the March 18, 2025 general meeting of the Board of Directors, the Tribal Registrar brought forward a disenrollment case that was recommended by the committee. This recommendation was based on the evidence that the member was enrolled through her stepfather or adopted father and could not trace her ancestry to anyone listed on the base rolls used to determine membership in the Sioux Tribe. The case was tabled. There have been many cases over the years comparable to this one. All of the cases were approved for disenrollment without question, as they also did not meet the criteria for membership with the Sioux Tribe. We are respectfully requesting that this case be brought back to the board's agenda for a final decision. Any questions, comments here? Aaron.
So I don't have a question or comment, and I was in the camp to provide some alternative sort of opportunity. I think we've worked to shop that before. I brought it back a couple of months ago. I was given the stink eye. And the thing is that I do support reforms and change or whatever, but if we're not going to do that, we have to follow through. The staff brought it forward. The person doesn't meet the qualifications to continue to be an enrolled tribal member. And so we're holding out and holding up one person over everybody else that's been disenrolled in the past. It's not fair to everybody else that might have had some kind of an exception. So, and I do want to provide that exception, but if we're not going to do that, we have to follow through, so.
Bridget?
Did I dream this, or didn't we just change code and enrollment that the committee could just make those decisions now if they didn't meet the guidelines? I thought we just changed, or did we just workshop it? We never voted on it?
Yeah, we didn't ever implement anything like that in the code.
But there was discussion, wasn't there? I thought that
I don't
there was-
recall the specific discussion about whether the enrollment committee could just disenroll someone for not meeting the requirements or not.
I thought we discussed it, because then I thought, well, it's not going to be political anymore then.
It's not a bad idea to talk about that further, but right now the code doesn't have that change in it. We haven't voted on anything like that, Bridget.
Aaron?
I guess I resent the notion to try to paint this as a political thing. You either meet the qualifications to be a member of our tribe, including have lineal descent, or you don't. And I know there are people on other camps that think we're a sovereign nation and we can just kind of make up the rules, but the federal government does require that you have to have Indian blood. So I think that's why we adopted that in our Constitution. And I have, I don't want to be made out to be the bad guy on this, because I came forward with a resolution to do an honorary membership, because I do highly respect this person, the work this person has done in our community, which is a lot more culturally than I've seen a lot of people do. And I didn't feel good about a disenrollment without providing some alternative opportunity, which was a honorary member. That got tabled with the notion that we were going to do something different, create something different. But if that was just used as an excuse to stall it, so it would be forever, I don't appreciate that, because several of us had tugged on our heartstrings and we wanted to come up with something different. If that's not going to come forward, we can't just ignore Special Needs and Enrollment Committee and our staff and everybody else who's been disenrolled in the past for not meeting the qualifications. So I still support an honorary membership for this person. That's what I brought forward. That got tabled. I don't know if that'll be supported now. And I know the last time I brought this up, I was given the stink eye, and my what's it called? My motives challenged or impugned at the meeting in public. So if we're not going to do something else, then let's follow through and finish this up. If we want to come up with an alternative afterwards, then let's do that too. But we can't ignore the fact that we have an enrolled person who doesn't meet the qualifications, like the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people who have been disenrolled in the past.
Okay, and this is something that we've talked about numerous times. It's been workshopped numerous times. It's been on the board agenda at least twice now, so hopefully we can offer some finality in it. Any more questions, comments before we move on? Okay, Mike.
Just quickly, and I don't disagree with Director Payment's points on it. My only concern with all this is if we said we were going to have a discussion and we wanted to sit down with them, and that doesn't come forward like you said, that to me says that there's a bigger problem. We're not addressing it. I mean, the board said, hey, we don't want to deal with this until we have a discussion and we sit down and hash things out. And then, as you stated, you brought it forward after that, and you got the stink eye, it got tabled, and now it's coming from the committee, and we still haven't had that sit down. So we requested a sit down, let's talk this out, and it didn't happen, so we're just moving on. So my concern, like whether we do this tonight or not is fine, but my concern is that we requested those conversations, and they didn't happen, and we're expected to just, after such time, hey, well, let's just move on, we're just going to do that. And to me, that sends a message to all the committees and anybody that works with us is wait them out. If it's not what you want, wait it out and then just bring it back forward and we'll do it out. So that's my concern, and I'll leave it at that. Yield.
So I can't recall us ever requesting them to be brought here. I mean, I asked Lana and she can't remember either. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you have an enrollment department, and one of the things that they're tasked with is identifying people that are enrolled in our tribe that aren't Native. And we have a lot of different roles that get people in. Some aren't even recognized by the federal government. Like the church rolls in Canada is one of those. Like if you get a helper's card through the BIA, they have to do the research because they won't simply accept a Sioux Tribe card because we enroll people who aren't eligible. You know what I mean? And they have a higher standard, and they don't want people to access treaty rights that are reserved to people who are members of tribes that signed that treaty. So it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, if you were to tell me this person was Joe Schmo or person A, I'd still feel the same way. Like, our tribe is a tribe, it's a race, it's an ethnicity. And if someone can't trace lineage, it is what it is. You know, we had rolls closed for how many years where people could verifiably trace their ancestry back to us to a high degree with a high blood quantum, you know what I mean? And then we have people, you know, through probably no fault of their own, I'm sure of it, you know, because I'm sure a lot of these people were enrolled when they were young kids, you know, and it doesn't have nothing to do with them. But the fact remains, if you can't trace your ancestry, you can't trace your ancestry. And there's things that we can do as a middle ground, such as honorary membership. I'm 100% supportive of that, 100%. But I mean, if someone's not tribal, they shouldn't have access to tribal housing with the wait list that we have. They shouldn't be able to shoot their 5 deers per year in every descendant that they have because we're a lineal descent tribe. You know, I could go on. And it's not personal against this person because like I said, I'm consistent. I would take this approach with anyone, you know, so it is what it is. Anyone else? Okay, so let's move on to board concerns. Does anyone have any that they want to do publicly? So I have one that I want to do closed. If you guys have closed ones, you can save it. Bridget, do you have open or closed? Okay, go ahead.
So I had asked Bob Marchand when I was leaving, I think at the last meeting, about this, and I looked back on some of the papers I had, and I had asked in June if we could have a discussion on the future of the Junior Police Academy in Botany Bay, because I think Botany Bay is probably just rotting away out there, and hate to see that happen. So I'd like to have a discussion on that stuff.
Can we get that on an upcoming agenda? Okay.
He asked me about that.
Okay.
Bridget, and I
Do you have something you want to say about this or a different thing? Okay. Do you want it open? Sure. Okay, go ahead.
I had wrote down, me and Mike were talking about housing planning sessions, but it sounds like we're going to do that, right? Yep. So we're good. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else for open? Okay, so let's do closed. We can have staff in the room, I just don't want it broadcast. o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We'll start with roll call, please.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Lana Cosley-Smith. Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Michael McCurchy.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here. Okay. Okay, motion to excuse Lana, is there a second? All right, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and her absence is excused. Before we approve the agenda, I'd like to find out whether or not there's support to waive the rules to add the following resolution to the bottom of resolutions. It's titled Negotiate and Hire Government CEO Candidate. Are there any objections? Okay, so hearing no objections, the rules have been waived and this item has been added to the proposed agenda. All right, now we will cover agenda review. On today's agenda, we have the following items. We have invocation, membership participation, minutes from 8/19 to 25, and the following resolutions. FY26 Schedule B Governmental CFR, FY26 Schedule B Health CFR, FY25 Budget Mod Health Capital Outlays, Health FIG Partners Application, Approved Marquette Renovation Contractor, Authorized Purchase GE X-Ray Machine, Award IDIQ UPEA by BIA Projects, Award IDIQ Coleman Engineering Raise Projects, Award Sioux Tribe Construction Elder Building Renovations, Recruit/Retain Early Childhood Bus Drivers, Government EDC Housing Vacation Payouts, Negotiate/Hire Government CFO Candidate, and then we have the resolution that was added titled Negotiate and Hire Government CEO Candidate. Under new business, we have committee appointments/resignations, we have small mesh permit request, we have disenrollment, and we covered board concerns already. Is there a motion to accept the agenda? Motion by Isaac, support by Sean. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted, which brings us to our first item, which is invocation with Kathy DePoy. You sure, Kathy? All right, I'll honor your wishes.
Tell us to sit down. Tell us to sit down. Okay.
And then if you
Okay. Oh, that's the first time I ever told the board what to do. I don't know if this is going to work with this little thing. Yeah, maybe that'll work better. I don't know if that'll work with this. You want to take this around for me? I'm going to do it fast because I don't know how long this is going to be. Just don't break my feathers. Okay. Here. Just in case. One little guy likes to hang it out. Put it right here. Beautiful day. Leaves are changing. Did you know this was the, what do they call it when the stars, celestial fall today? Yeah, I didn't know that either. But it's, it was on NPR.
So this is the real fall. And it was a warm day, and then kids' first day of school. The last warm day, probably. Seems he's better than me. Can you hear it? Oh, big latch. Good job. Oh, yeah. Even took this tobacco. That's a good sign. No. Instead of saying a prayer today, I'm going to sing a prayer song that I learned. And then I'll tell you what it says. Mam weg damish kozimeo hey hey aweo nishwa swing skode gibod wadwe wad lo chigonish na beyang meno bemaziang meno bemaziang oh hey hey aweo Mam we gadamesh kozemeo hey aweo nishwa swings kode gibod wadwe wad bo chigonesh na beyang beno bemaziang meno bemaziang oh hey hey aweo nishwa swings kode gibod wadwe wad Bo chigonish na beyang, meno bemaziang, meno bemaziang, oh hey hey away oh. Mam we gadamish kozimeo hey hey away oh. Nijwa swing skode gibod wadwe wad. Bo chigonish na beyang, meno bemaziang, meno bemaziang, oh hey hey away oh. Nishwa swing skode gibod wadwe wad. Bo chigonish na beyang, meno bemaziang, meno bemaziang, oh hey hey away oh. That's a song, it's a prayer song about the seven grandfathers. And what it says is, Mamo ekada miskom, Mamo ekada miskosin mewe, Nishwa swing shkode, gibod wadwe wad. We're coming together, the day is here, we're lighting the seventh fire. And it talks about the seven grandfathers. But if you're not familiar with what the seventh fire means, it's the generation that we live in. And then the song goes on to say, we come together to light that fire. Some people call it the seven grandfathers fire, but it doesn't mention the grandfathers. It's talking about the seven fires of the nation, all the nation coming together. And if we can't light that seventh fire, there won't be another. So we have some of our young ones, they say, are coming to a place where maybe they can light that eighth fire. And if there's an eighth fire, then we will always be here. We don't know if that's going to happen yet. And that's something to keep in mind as you do your work here, because it involves not just ceremony and not just, going out in the woods and all this stuff like that, but it matters very much what happens here and in other places on whether that eighth fire will be lit. And that's what that song is asking for. So in my parting days here, I'm sure most of you heard I'm retiring from here. I still have plans. But yeah, I just wanted to share that song with you. It's a good prayer song. Now, you.
Beautiful song, Kathy Miigwech.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Clarence, did anyone turn in any membership participation forms either in person or on Zoom? Okay, so then we will move to minutes from 8:19 to 25. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept those minutes. A motion by Bridget and support by Isaac. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing no discussion, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the minutes are adopted. That brings us to resolutions, and the first one is titled FY26 Schedule B Governmental CFR.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors approves continued funding for the attached cost center list for fiscal year 2026 at their 2025 spending levels for a period not to exceed December 31st, 2025.
Okay, motion by Bridget and support by Isaac. Jen?
Good evening, Jen Clare from the Budget Department. This is a resolution for the governmental side for 48 budgets to continued funding past their end date of their 2025 budgets. And this is 48 cost centers.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Isaac?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Motion carries. The next resolution is FY26 Schedule B Health CFR.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors approves continued funding for the attached cost center list for fiscal year 2026 at their 2025 spending levels for a period not to exceed December 31st, 2025.
Motion by Isaac and support by Bridget. Jen?
Jen Clare again, this is for the Health Division, and there are 72 budgets that end 9/30/25 that we're seeking approval for continued funding, and we are coming in front of the board at the end of this month with the Health Division budgets.
Okay, appreciate it. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Aaron?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Okay,
Rob? I'm sorry. Rob?
Yes.
My bad, I'm sorry. Motion carries. The next resolution, thanks, Jen, is FY25 Budget Mod Health Capital Outlays.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2025 budget modification to maintenance, improvements, and capital outlays for an increase in the transfer in of third-party revenue monies of $979,765.47. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2025 budget modification to third-party revenue for an increase in the transfer out to maintenance, improvements, and capital outlays of $979,765.47.
Motion by Isaac. Support by Tyler. Joel?
Good evening, everyone. Joel Lumsden, Assistant Health Director. Yeah, the intended purpose of this is to just fund the continuation of the Marquette Health Center project that has been ongoing. Also to add some additional funding related to my next resolution I will be talking about would be the site work, awarding the contract for the site work at Marquette as well. So that's kind of part and parcel to this, in addition to some regular billings that have occurred that will hit in fiscal year 2025 for us.
Okay, thank you, Joel. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Tyler.
Yes.
Yes. Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael. Bridget.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution is Health FIG Partners application.
Now therefore be resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors authorizes the Health Division's application for the PHIG. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the Health Division CEO or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. Joel?
Yeah, got a little bit of information on this from earlier. This is a highly competitive grant that we'll be pursuing to try to update our capacity, modernizing our electronic stuff like EHR, which we're right in the middle of right now, as you're probably well aware. Health networks, information exchanges. I think it's a 2-year funding cycle, 300 each year for 2 years. So it is a great opportunity right now. It's kind of happening at a kind of an ideal time, I think, for us to pursue this. Again, highly competitive. A lot of information isn't out there yet regarding this, and I know the deadline is 9/8, so our new project manager is going to, I'm sure, be working on this diligently here this week.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Any discussion? Tyler?
Sorry I left you hanging earlier. I was the one who identified this and sent it to James to look at because since we are doing the EHR transition, pretty much anything that we do as modernization can be looked at public health improvement for this grant. So I figured it would help offset some of the things if we were awarded. I think they're awarding up to 28 to 30 or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the total capacity, but I know it's going to be rolled out at NIHB for the open session, so I'm sure there'll be a lot of people chasing this funding for that purpose.
Yeah, so we got a week to get ahead of it, but I'll be there in person, so I'll have more information for you next week, too.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next resolution is approve Marquette renovation contractor.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby approves the recommended contractor to conduct the site work renovation at the new Marquette Health Center site as specified and designed. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairperson of the tribe to execute this agreement and take such other steps as may be deemed necessary.
Motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. Joel?
Yeah, this is just a resolution to accept the bid. This went through the purchasing and procurement process. And we had one successful bidder that met the requirements for $560,000. Obastar Inc. is the bidder. And I ask you that you approve that so we can move this project forward.
Right, thank you. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Rob. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
The next resolution is authorize purchase GE X-ray machine.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes Health to purchase a GE X-ray machine for $379,401.28 out of cost center 4366. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to execute any documents needed to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Support.
Motion by Isaac and supported by Tyler.
Motion to amend to the actual cost of 279.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend. Is there a second? This was previously workshopped, clerical error in the resolution. Supported by Kim?
Yep.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment?
Can you give us the exact total again?
Yeah, please.
Can you give us the exact total again, Carrie, just to make sure that we have it accurate?
Yes, this is Carrie Rogers. I'm the clinic manager of the Sioux Tribe Health Center. The actual number is $279,401.28.
Perfect. Any discussion on the amendment? Sean?
What happens to the old machine you said we couldn't get parts for?
So GE is willing, because it is a GE machine we currently have, they're going to come and take our old machine at no cost. That was one of the reasons we went with them as well.
Anyone else? Okay, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That's just on the amendment. So now we're back on the resolution. Any discussion on the amendment? Or not the amendment, but the resolution now. Isaac?
Carrie, when do you think it'll be installed?
They say it takes about 6 weeks to build the machine, because what happens is we sign the contract and then they start building it. So we're looking at probably 2 to 3 months before it's installed.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Larry,
I think 30 some, 30.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Michael, Isaac.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next resolution is award IDIQ, UP Engineering, BIA projects.
Now therefore it be resolved, the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves the tribal chairman or his designee to negotiate, execute, and amend any documents therefrom on the tribe's behalf resulting in an IDIQ contract between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and UP Engineers and Architects for BIA projects. Be it further resolved, the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman or his designee to take such other actions as they deem appropriate to implement the purposes of this resolution, and authorizes expenditures from the Transportation Department, BIA, TTP Fund, Company 293, cost centers 2930 and 2932.
Motion by Isaac. Support by Tyler. Wendy, Bill?
Wendy Hoffman, the Transportation Department. This resolution is requesting authorization to contract with UP Engineers and Architects with a IDIQ contract for our Bureau of Indian Affairs projects.
Okay, appreciate that, Wendy. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Michael,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
and Larry.
Yes.
Motion carries. The next resolution is award IDIQ Coleman Engineering raised projects.
Now therefore be resolved, the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves the tribal chairman or his designee to negotiate, execute, and amend any documents therefrom on the tribe's behalf resulting in an IDIQ contract between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and Coleman Engineering for raise grant projects. Be it further resolved, the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman or his designee to take such other actions as they deem appropriate to implement the purposes of this resolution, and authorizes expenditures from the Transportation Department Raise Grant Fund, Cost Center 13101.
Motion by Isaac.
I'll second.
Support by Kim Hampton. Wendy?
Yes, this resolution is requesting authorization to contract with Coleman Engineering with an IDIQ contract. These projects are the $20 million raise grant that we received, and they'll be focusing solely on those projects.
Thank you, Wendy. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next resolution is awards Sioux Tribe Construction Elder Building renovations.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby approves entering into a contract with Sioux Tribe Construction for the construction renovation located at the Sioux Tribe Elderly Building. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes and approves funding for the contract in the amount of $110,968, not to exceed $289,912.77. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to execute the contract with Sioux Tribe Construction and any and all documents necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac and support by
Second.
Kim Hampton. Andrew?
Yeah, Andrew Lane with Facilities Management. This is, as we workshopped earlier today, to award a not to exceed contract for any and all work that was cut from the original scope of work to try and get a contractor to actually do the work. We had multiple walkthroughs and direct solicits, and we never received any pricing. So we would like to enter into agreement with Sioux Tribe Construction.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions or comments? Aaron?
I wish I thought of this. Where are they going to eat while we're renovating? They'll probably ask that tomorrow.
Andrew?
That is something that we will work with the Elder Division for and try and minimize as much as possible for the duration of the contract. I do know that Katie and I have had brief discussions about this and possibly moving it to the Naganagizik, but again, we would have to coordinate with her on an official.
And then obviously funerals take precedent, obviously.
Yeah, we did the upper deck once for a while. I don't know what was going on, and Dreamcatcher, if your Dreamcatcher's open, if it's just temporary, so they could cordon off the reception area that, it is in need of renovations. It was once our brand-new building, but those sinks are a little tiny. I don't know what we were thinking, the little tiny sinks. And so we could do one part, and they could come through the other entrance over by the drive-through temporarily. But when we're doing that floor, we got to have someplace else to eat.
Yep.
Okay. Rob?
I was just going to suggest the hospitality room at the Big Bear. I think there's a kitchen in there too.
Okay, Andrew, could you explain what things will be renovated? I think we had an original idea, but maybe some things had to be trimmed just to meet costs and things like that.
Yeah, so originally, the program and some unit members really wanted a lot, and there wasn't a lot of money to actually accommodate all of the requests. So we ended up cutting it down to the essentials, the restrooms, to make them fully ADA compliant so that, fully handicapped people can use the restrooms, the kitchen, the reception area, and if possible, the dining room. But because of the quote that Sioux Tribe Construction gave us, I'm very confident we can go above and beyond what we originally scoped for it and end up with a really nice end product.
What about exterior paint? Is that included? All right, very good, very good. All right, any more questions, guys? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. Roll call, please.
Larry.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is recruit/retain early childhood bus drivers.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves that all bus driver positions, as identified and determined by the tribe's education director, shall be budgeted at the maximum of the NE 11 compensation range for that position. Candidates recommended for hire will be benchmarked and placed at the appropriate wage within that range based on their credentials. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the tribe's CEO to execute any and all documents as may be necessary to ensure that existing bus driver positions are budgeted at the max range and benchmarked and placed at the appropriate wage based on their credentials to ensure internal equity for the position within the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the tribe's CEO and CFO to execute any administrative modifications for signing and reallocations within available funding sources. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the use of any and all applicable funds, including Office of Head Start and Tribal Support, to facilitate the recruitment and retention of positions. Be it finally resolved that the terms of this resolution will be applied at the start of each school year.
Motion by Isaac and seconded by Bridget. Chandra?
Good evening, Chandra Jarvis, Sioux Tribe Early Childhood Programs Manager. This resolution requests approval to move the grid placement of the early childhood education bus driver position from grade NE6 to NE11 and approval to the budget at the max of this range new grade. For years, we've had difficulty with recruitment and retention of these positions. In sending this, we've had a vacancy for nearly 3 years, which has caused a hardship to our program and most importantly to our families who rely on this transportation for their children to receive an education. If approved, this new wage will allow us to become competitive with local school districts and have a higher chance of recruiting candidates. A condition of this request is that all recommended candidates and existing employees in the position will receive a wage review and be placed appropriately within the new grade based on their individual experience and education, not automatically placed at the max. If approved, we are hopeful that we will be able to fill our 2 vacant positions and in sending this, be able to finally offer this much-needed service to our families once again and bring our enrollment back up to full enrollment.
Thank you, Chandra. Any board discussion? Hearing none, let's vote. And since today's the first day of school, let's try it through unanimous consent. So without objection, let's approve this through unanimous consent. Hearing no objection, motion carries. Thank you, Chandra. Appreciate it. All right, the next resolution is government EDC housing vacation payouts.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors do hereby approve a vacation payout for eligible governmental EDC and housing team members if the team member has an excess of 160 hours accrued. The team member can request by 8-hour increments to be paid up to 80 hours if available. The team member must have an excess of 160 hours at the time of the request to be eligible for the payout. They will need at least 160 hours remaining in their accrual after withdrawal to be eligible for this payout. Be it further resolved that the terms of this resolution hereby control, supersede, and rescind any past resolution or policy that is contrary to the action of the Board of Directors set forth in this resolution. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the Finance Department to implement this vacation payout and to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Kim Hampton. Bill?
Bill Conley, interim CFO. This resolution will continue the process of paying out government, EDC, and housing team members that have in excess of 160 hours accrued of vacation, if they so choose. They can request it in 8-hour increments, as the resolution says, and they have to have at least 160 left after the payout. As I mentioned, this is a continuation of what's happened in the last few years, and the money is already expensed, and this will just go to reduce the liability that is in each program for vacation.
Thank you, Bill. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Sean?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
All right, the next resolution is negotiate/hire government CFO candidate.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the governmental interim HR director to negotiate an offer to hire the selected candidate for the position of governmental chief financial officer with negotiated conditions within the parameters discussed at the workshop.
Second.
Motion by Isaac and support by Bridget. So the board is basically the sponsor of this, and as chairman, I can speak on this. So we have a vacancy for a government CFO. We've conducted interviews. We have a preferred candidate. It seems like we're ready to offer this position. We discussed this earlier today in a workshop with the conditions that we're willing to offer. So it's time to vote. Any other comments, questions? Aaron?
I just have a friendly technical amendment. Discussed at the workshop and attached. So we used to always put an attached.
We don't have an RAS with this one, though.
No, I know, but the attached is the terms and conditions. The discussion at the workshop might make it into the minutes.
So what you're requesting is that we have an RIS with the conditions that we talked about?
Not an RIS. I suppose it could be
It
considered
could be.
that.
We can
It's just an
motion to
attachment.
amend it to include that as an attachment after it's passed. I
That
think
way,
that'd be
the
appropriate.
attachment's always with the resolution.
That way it's documented. So is there any objections to that? Okay, so hearing no objections, that motion carries. So it successfully was amended. Now it brings us back to the resolution. Any further discussions, questions, comments?
Request for a roll call vote.
Yep. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Rob,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Very good. All right, so the last resolution, which was added after we waived rules, is titled Negotiate and Hire Government CEO Candidate.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the governmental interim HR director to negotiate an offer to hire the governmental chief executive officer with negotiated conditions within the parameters discussed at the workshop. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the tribal administration to make any necessary administrative budget modifications necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution and to hire the selected candidate.
Okay, we have a motion by Isaac and support by Aaron. Speaking list. But first off, I'd like to entertain a motion to amend this to include an RIS with the conditions that we discussed earlier today, just to keep it consistent with the last resolution. So is there a motion?
Motion.
All right, motion, support. Okay, any objections? Okay, so those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. All right, so it's been amended to include an RIS. Okay, Kim Lee abstains. Any discussion now? Put your hands up if you guys want to talk. Aaron?
I'm very happy that we are hiring tribal members in these two positions.
Yep, similarly with the last position, we conducted interviews for the CEO candidate for our government. We have a preferred candidate that interviewed very well, Sioux Tribe member, and we're very excited to be voting on this. So anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Abstain.
Isaac,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, motion carries. That concludes all the items under resolutions, so we'll move under new business. The first item there is committee appointments/resignations. With that, I would like to entertain a motion to reappoint Bernard Byron and Carol Evo to the Unit 1 Sioux Elder Subcommittee.
So moved.
All right, motion by Isaac and support by Aaron. Any discussion? Hearing none, we shall vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
All right.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the Unit 2 Hessel Elder Subcommittee. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the resignation of Ken Lively and the resignation of Susan Lively and the appointment of Mary Stewart.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac
Support.
and support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the Elder Advisory Committee, Unit 4, Escanaba. I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Brenda Kennard to that committee.
So moved.
Motion by Isaac and support by Aaron. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the Higher Education Committee. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the resignation of Tennille McLeod. Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the Food Sovereignty Committee. I'd like to entertain a motion to reappoint Jonathan Byron to this committee. Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Kim. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. And then that brings us to our last committee, which is actually the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority, and they're requesting that the Unit 2 seat be made vacant. I'd like to accept a motion to reflect that. And we have a motion from Isaac, and a second by Kim Hampton. Any discussion there? Hearing no discussion, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to small mesh permit request. I'd like to entertain a motion to award a small mesh gill net to Mr. Robert Peterson. Motion. Okay, motion by Bridget and support by Isaac. Any discussion here? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. And then that brings us to disenrollment. If you guys could just bear with me for just 1 second on that. Okay, so I would like to entertain a motion to accept the disenrollment recommendation of the Enrollment Committee. The individual has been discussed on numerous times. I don't feel like we need to talk about it unless someone wants to bring up the name, but is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Tyler.
Support.
Support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion? Aaron?
I'd like the motion to amend to offer honorary membership for this individual as I requested previously several times.
Support.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend this and support to include honorary membership if this disenrollment goes through. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Okay, so just voting on the motion to amend, all those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion to
abstain.
amend carries.
Abstain.
Kim Hampton and Rob.
Roll call, please.
Yep. Okay, any further discussion before roll call? Okay, we'll do roll call. Yes would be disenroll. So roll call, please.
We're doing roll call on the actual disenrollment.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well,
I need to.
mine was on the honorary because I wasn't clear because several people were coming in after the vote, so.
So that carried.
Okay.
So now we're back on the main
Go ahead.
resolution. So if it goes through, she'll get honorary membership.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, got it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Sean.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Abstain.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
No.
Rob.
Abstain.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Carried.
Motion carries, and this person will be awarded honorary membership status to reflect her time in the Sioux Tribe. So that includes all the items that we have on today's agenda. Without objection, meeting adjourned.
There's one quick thing. I know we're not doing board
Okay.
concerns.
Go ahead, Bridget.
But we had talked about a letter, us getting a copy of a letter before it got sent out. But during this meeting, I got a email of the letter, so, and that's probably what was in your mailbox that you were talking about. So we were gonna get that, a copy of that, but I don't remember seeing it before. Now people are getting it.
I don't even know what it is.
It was the letter about the breach.
So
Oh.
I have like the email notification for mail every day. I went and looked at lunchtime, and in my email, it showed for myself and 3 of my children, and it obviously has our name, and up on the return address, it's a Crane, and then it has a PO box for, was it someplace in California? Which obviously I'm not home to read it, but we think that may be what it is.
I don't know much about it, guys.
That's,
Okay, and that's what it is?
Are you guys opposed to talking about this at a workshop? Unless you can provide clarification right now, Ryan?
I can answer quick. So I emailed earlier this week or late last week that the proofs are being ready to mailed. My apologies, I approved the proofs of the notice, but I didn't realize they were mailed. So I will get you copies of what was mailed so everyone has them. I did not get the alert that they were actually dropped in the mail, or I would have. Okay.
Wow.
So.
Something we can talk about at the next workshop, so.
But I can get you guys copies of all the letters. Yeah.
All right, so without objection, meeting adjourned. Hearing no objection, meeting adjourned. Thanks, everybody. See you guys next Tuesday.
The